forgot.
There's a dragon on the wire, breathing digital flames. No sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hey, hey, hey. Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in the offices in the Bronx. It is May 4th of 2025. It is currently 2:33. I am happy to be here with you, and I thank you all for joining us today. For those who are new to the channel, we want you to know we appreciate you joining us, whether it's for 5 minutes or for 5 hours. We want you to know we do long-form political commentary. And, of course, every Sunday, as you can see, we reach out across the world to hear all of your voices about the issues that affect each and every one of us, because we believe in free speech. We believe in your right to criticize and critique the government, whether or not they like it. And this is our freedom of speech, and everyone, in fact, has this freedom of speech. And so, whether the internet overlords like it or not, and they don't, whether governments like it or not, and they don't, we will always try to live up to the First Amendment as much as we possibly can to speak with you. So, with that being said, let's get into some of the things that are going on right now. There was a lot of breaking news that was coming out just as we were going live. By the way, hello and thank you. To everyone in the audience. So, as you can see, you are more than welcome to comment. We are live on YouTube, on Rumble, on Twitter, on Facebook, a couple of other channels as well. And we look forward to receiving your chats, your commentary, whether you agree or disagree on any subject. If you think there's something that we have missed in the news that we should be speaking about, let me know. I'll be happy to comment on that. This is a conversation with you and me across the world. So don't be shy, whether you agree or disagree, as long as it's respectful. I'm always happy to hear your voices. If there's an issue that is important that I have missed, I want to have your conversation, your input, to make sure we are talking about the things that matter. And I'm going to go forward now. And oh yes, don't forget you can super chat, you can rumble rant, and get a little bit more speedy response from the comments to us. So we look forward to that. All right, so let's jump into this, all right? With no much more fanfare, breaking news that's coming out just now. We've just started hearing about this about 2 hours ago. As we have long said on this channel, Elise Stefanik, representative for the New York 21st District, she was formerly a nominee for the U.S. Ambassador to the UN, and that was pulled. Now, there are reasons, from what I hear in the background, there are people who have said there are a couple of reasons why Elise Stefanik is not going to be the ambassador to the UN. It was not because of any issue with the Trump administration, which the left has been looking to try and say, to try and emphasize. Nor was it, as many speculated, that this was about protecting the majority for Republicans due to special elections happening earlier this year, that they were trying to maintain their majority in the House. That wasn't the reason either. I believe that because of the circumstances with the UN, Elise Stefanik is looking to run for governor of New York. She would be the most viable candidate, far outpacing Lee Zeldin and many, many others. She's popular, she's well respected, she's strong on the issues, she is a supporter of President Donald Trump. These are all reasons why she would go, and she has a chip in her pocket. She has, President Trump owes her one. She, without any complaint, without any negativity, stepped down from her position as a nominee for the UN, went back to the House of Representatives, and I think that Trump's going to cash that chip in, that favor, and he's going to not only endorse Elise Stefanik for governor of New York, but that he is going to actively promote her for this position. This is something that Lee Zeldin never had, and this may be the most viable option for Republicans to win in the governor's race for New York. Whether that succeeds or not is another question, but the viability is there. I strongly believe that the only way for Elise Stefanik to win is she must bring in third-party issues like MAHA, Make America Healthy Again. This is critical. We saw this in the election for the presidency in 2024. Adding in RFK and his major issue of making America healthy was one of the key factors. I mean, that's worth at least 3 to 5 points in the election of independents and third-party individuals that would normally vote for a Jill Stein or something like that, or the libertarian candidates, and instead they voted for Donald Trump because they would have effectiveness. They would be able to be effective and have a voice in the government. And I see the same thing in New York State. New York upstate is very much Republican. Downstate, the New York City region, the major metropolises like Rochester, Albany, are very much, Syracuse, are very much Democrat strongholds. But everything else is Republican. And there are a lot of independents in New York who don't apply to either. And that would make the difference. We're talking about roughly a 5-point swing, which would be enough. Lee Zeldin, I think, lost by about 6 points. So if you were to have President Trump and his support, the support of the GOP, Elise Stefanik, a woman, well-respected, and you add in another roughly 5% for MAHA with a third-party candidate supporting her, I think she wins. And now we're starting to see the rest of the news media is saying exactly what we have been saying for quite some time. What we've been saying since the moment it was rumored that Elise Stefanik would step down from the UN ambassadorship. And we have reached out to some of our contacts in the New York 21st District trying to get greater detail. I can tell you that no one has confirmed 100% that Elise Stefanik will be running, although, as we are now seeing from Reuters, it is becoming more and more clear this is going to happen. And I think you will hear more about whether or not she's supporting MAHA, Making America Healthy, on a state level in New York. And if that is the case, Democrats lose. Democrats will lose. They have nowhere to stand on this. They have no legs to stand on. But that's what I believe. Hello, John. Thank you for being the first one to comment today. John mentions that it's the algorithm, as my friend Larry Sharp would always like to say. It's the Al Gore rhythm, cha cha cha, which means please like, share, and subscribe, because that helps us to break through the algorithm, because this channel is heavily suppressed, has been since its inception, because I am a Republican, and we very often take a Republican conservative viewpoint on many of the issues that are happening out there. And since that is the unapproved message of modern media, Google and YouTube do not like Republicans or conservatives, especially if they're minority Republicans and conservatives. If you're black, Hispanic, a woman, and you're a Republican, YouTube hates you. And so they adjust the algorithms to make it harder to find you. They call it de-emphasization or suppression, and that's what we're fighting against. So thank you, John, for reminding everyone about that. So I do think this is interesting news, and over the summer, the thing that you got to keep in mind about what's happening with Elise Stefanik, the New York governor's race, is Elise Stefanik has time. She doesn't have to rush into this. She already has a war chest. She has funding. She has supported the GOP. So it's just a matter of when the right timing comes about. That could be late this summer, or more likely, we'll see it probably closer to November, December, that she'll make that announcement. That's what I expected in late November, December, but it could be as early as this summer, depending on how much momentum is necessary in terms of bringing in MAHA, that Make America Healthy movement, onto the state level in New York and getting that third party, that independent wave started. So I think that's the key factor. If Elise Stefanik's people are smart, hopefully they'll take my advice. They will be reaching out to some of the lead third-party individuals in New York State, speaking to them about how to present MAHA and integrate it into New York politics, into New York state law, and to better help people live healthier lives. I think that's very important. I hope they will listen to me about that. Moving forward, there is some other breaking news. And for those who are unfamiliar, just to mention, for those who are new to the channel, our format normally is we start off with breaking news, if there is any, of any importance. We talk about that first. We then get into international news, how the United States is affecting the world, how the world is affecting the United States directly, our international policy, our foreign policy, and then we go into domestic U.S. issues, which also have an impact around the world, but are more focused on American citizens directly, and then the lingering effect is what affects the rest of the world. Sometimes they're very closely interrelated, sometimes not. So we'll talk about that. So that's why we're dealing with breaking news at this moment. So the next piece of breaking news I think is very important, and a lot of people are not very clear about this, is of course what is happening with India and Pakistan. Most of the world has been focused almost entirely on the Russia-Ukraine issue, that war that's been going on for the last, since 2022, 3 years now, 3.5 years now. And so everyone's been focused on that, or they've been focused on what's happening with Hamas and Israel, the Houthis and Hezbollah against Israel. That's been the other major conflict that the world has been paying attention to. Mind you, there's been a civil war in the Sudan for the last 2 years, when Joe Biden abandoned 16,000 Americans in the Sudan and told them, figure out your way home. Many people still do not know this happened. And I remind people, go back to the last week of April, first week of May of 2023, and you can see international headlines that the Biden-Harris administration had the opportunity to evacuate at least some, if not most, of the 16,000 Americans in the Sudan. instead of trying to get them home or to help them leave, as ISIS had entered into Sudan from the jails in Afghanistan as a consequence of Joe Biden running away from Afghanistan. That civil war started, and Joe Biden just packed up the embassy, took the Marines, and left, and told the American citizens, find your own way home out of that war-torn nation. 2 years later, the civil war continues in the Sudan, but it's not mainstream news media coverage. No one really talks about that. Very much like that is the tensions between India and Pakistan have never died down. Since the inception of Pakistan, we're talking about going back to Gandhi, there has always been fighting, and I should say, going back to India gaining its independence from the United Kingdom. Since that time, they very quickly broke into two nations. Under the United Kingdom, under the British, there was one India. And then that, once they got free, it became India, which is mostly a Hindu population, and Pakistan, which is mostly a Islamic nation. And those two different religions have a lot of conflict with each other, as well as the caste system in India. So there's massive conflict between the two nations. They've had many wars over the years, over the decades. They've had many wars, and tensions have never been peaceful between Pakistan and India. That being said, the latest round of tensions, which started on April 22nd, these are the highest levels of tensions in the last 6 years. This is the closest that India and Pakistan have been to going to war in about 6 years. Although there's been many, many skirmishes ongoing. And this is at the same time that India is facing skirmishes over their border with China. So India is in a very difficult position, and Prime Minister Modi of India has been trying to navigate this ground. But now, with what happened on April 22nd, to be clear, there were Indian tourists in Pakistan. A group of radical Islamic fanatics approached those tourists. And to quote, and this is coming from the Economic Times, so an internationally credible, neutral source. And according to... Come on, stop. Sorry. They love their ads in India. Thank you. Where is it? I had it highlighted. You know, I had it highlighted, and now... Really? Stop. No, it's coming from that.
America and India have officially finalized the terms.
Shut up. Okay, where is it? I can't find it here. Oh, here it is. Pakistan has been on alert since April 22nd terror attack in the scenic valley of Palham, I can't pronounce it, in the Kashmir region. And it seems that these individuals walked up. They asked the tourists to recite an Islamic text, something from the Quran. They were unable to do so, and so they were shot down at point-blank range. It's in the article, and I can't find it right now. I had it highlighted, and somehow I lost the highlight. But it's in the article that they were given the opportunity to recite Islamic text. Since they could not do so, those Islamic fanatics shot them dead. This then led to tensions escalating. At this point, we now see that Pakistan and India have been shutting down some of their agreements that they have had for many years. They've cut their diplomatic ties. Pakistan is now alleging that they have documentation that says that India is looking to strike Pakistan imminently. This came out Friday. And so we've been seeing news coming out that somewhere over the weekend, roughly 48 hours, India was supposedly going to have a military strike against Pakistan. And Pakistan, on their part, said if that happens, they will use nuclear weapons, or potentially could use nuclear weapons to strike back against India. Now, both nations, Pakistan and India, have nuclear weapons, which is one of the reasons why the world is so interested. And this is why Americans as well should be very concerned. This is a potential nuclear war, limited to that region, but it won't stay just that region. If India and Pakistan are using nuclear weapons, even one nuclear weapon apiece, against each other, the fallout would, of course, affect China. It would affect North Korea, South Korea. It would affect the Southeast Asia region. It would increase the amount of people dying from radiation poisoning from the fallout. It would affect food. It would cause a deeper international food crisis than what we have already, which has been going on since February of 2022, which is, at the moment, we have 30% less food in the world than we did in 2019. That is a fact. That is a consequence of the Russia-Ukraine fighting. And so if India and Pakistan were to go into an open conflict and there is even limited use of nuclear firearms, that would increase the international food crisis. Refugees would be flooding the rest of the world. Many Indians would be trying to come to America as a refuge from that nuclear war, which would put greater stress on the United States. We most likely, as India is our ally, we would most likely in that emergency situation take in Indian nationals as an emergency relief to help them escape the war and the nuclear fallout. You can imagine the disruption to the United States economy, the global economy. The price of food would be devastated around the world. This would have massive impacts. So this is not just a random whisper out there. This is serious international dialogue. It is the United States has already requested calm. Many nations, China and the United States, Russia, most of the world, first world nations are pitching in to try and calm both of these nations down, to restrict, at the very least, to restrict the possibility of nuclear conflict. But even without nuclear conflict, even if it's just conventional weapons, tanks, soldiers, bullets, we would still see a mass exodus of Indians in particular into the United States and into the United Kingdom, and Pakistanis most likely going into the Middle East, trying to get into countries like Syria, going into Afghanistan, possibly Iran, and some other nations. So you would see the world be disrupted. And again, international trade would be affected. So this is a big deal. Everyone is paying attention. The key thing to look for is, does India strike Pakistan? I don't think that will happen. I think that even if they were planning to do so, the fact that the plan is known internationally and everyone in the world is aware, yes, India has a right to protect its people. That doesn't necessarily mean to start a war. So the question is, and India has done the right thing in terms of protecting its people. It's shut off Pakistan. There are no international flights. They've cut or blockaded their diplomatic ties with Pakistan. This will, of course, affect the income, the international trade to Pakistan. They've taken severe and strong actions as a consequence of their people dying. That doesn't mean that there should be an open fighting conflict. This was done by Islamic fanatics, and we should, and so the conflict isn't, at least as we understand, with the government of Pakistan. If it were to be shown that the government of Pakistan, as some have alleged, was in some way connected to promoting or acknowledging the murder of these Indian nationals, that's a different subject. That changes everything. There is no evidence of that at this point. There's only allegations. So if it's only allegations, India has done everything it needs to do. No actual fighting needs to take place, conventional or nuclear. And therefore, Pakistan has no need to go and attack. They can resolve this economically and with diplomatic negotiations, we hope. And obviously, the United Kingdom will be critical to this, but also the United States. As key allies of Pakistan, and with the United Kingdom having so much history with India and Pakistan, these will be critical nations in this conversation, but Pakistan will be relying heavily on China and Russia for their side of the negotiation. So this is going to be a very interesting conflict, especially with U.S. ties against China being so tenuous at this moment. This is not over. And I expect by Wednesday, we will have more clarity. I expect that there will not be an attack by India. There will be diplomatic negotiations started by the United Kingdom. I do think China will basically stay outside of this. They already have enough tensions with India as is. And if they start putting pressure diplomatically against India to back up Pakistan, the United States will react against China in this regard. And China already is having enough problems with the tariffs, which are hitting China far more than it is the United States. And we're going to see consequences of that coming in the near term. So I just wanted to make sure that people are aware of this. Hello, Happy Life. Happy Life. I hope everything is okay in Thailand. And as I said, please be aware, Happy Life, of the conflict. If you see India actually attacking Pakistan, please make sure that your exit strategies out of the Southeast Asia region, the immediate Southeast Asia region, are intact. Please be in contact with the U.S. Embassy, because again, if Pakistan is true to its word, which we have no reason to believe it is not, if they use nuclear weapons, many Americans who are in Thailand, Laos, who are in South Korea, North Korea, all the people there could be affected by nuclear fallout, even if it's just regional, and so that could have an impact. So please be prepared, and rather than panic with the general public and running around like chickens without a head, it is always better to have a plan that you can execute, because if you're thinking logically, if you're following a logical plan, you will have more success and you will be more safe. That's important. So I'm glad to see that you're okay, and glad to hear you from over in Thailand. Yes, we are international, as I mentioned. So I wanted to cover that a little bit. We will see more news about that in the week as it comes up. The world will be talking more about this as we go. Finally, in talking about breaking news, how can we leave out the fact that the Houthis, who are terrorists, definitively, factually, absolutely terrorists, have taken another action against Israel. Israel hasn't been attacking the Houthis. The Houthis are attacking Israel because they don't like Israel. They support Hamas, they support Iran, the Houthi terrorists. And so they attacked and sent a missile volley against Israel near one of Israel's main airport, as you can see reported by the BBC today. This happened just about an hour ago. So just before we got to the show, this is breaking news. I believe no individuals, as far as we know, have died. There were 4 people injured because of the missile itself, and 2 others were injured on their way to a shelter, people panicking. Again, when people panic, you can get injured. So a total of 6 people have been injured based by the attack from the Houthi terrorists. Why did the Houthi terrorists do that? I don't know. If they're upset with anyone at this moment, you would think it would be the United States and our NATO allies. You would think it's because France and the United Kingdom, as well as the United States, have been responding and currently offensively attacking the Houthi terrorists, trying to diminish their ability to continue to attack Israel and, more importantly to some, the shipping through the Red Sea. And that has been diminished. The Trump administration has been very effective with about 100 sorties, 100 offensive attacks against missile bases and the intelligence, the hierarchy of the Houthi terrorist organization. And it has been rather effective. There has been a drop-off in the number of Red Sea attacks against civilian shipping containers, ships, and also military ships. This is an attempt to end the conflict that started under the Biden administration. And for the people who say, well, Trump promised that he would end the wars, that he wasn't going to start a war. The Red Sea conflict, the issue with the Houthis, started under the Biden administration. That started in January of 2024. This isn't something new from President Trump. He didn't start a war. He's finishing the conflict that the Biden-Harris administration largely tried to ignore, that they tried to basically put to the side because they wanted to win the next election. So the news media didn't really talk about it, and the Biden-Harris administration didn't speak about it at all. And we were covering this throughout 2024 and detailing many of the attacks, all initiated by the Houthis against the United States, our allies, that's Japan, France, the United Kingdom, have all been attacked, had individuals killed, our military ships, and Israel. So this is a conflict that's been ongoing. What's new is that the Trump administration has directly taken offensive action to remove the ability. The Biden administration, to recap how we got here, the Biden administration would routinely only retaliate after the Houthis would attack. They would attack Israel, and the United States would try and respond to that. The Houthis would attack American shipping or American military vessels, and Biden might respond to that. Very limited responses, because he didn't want the attention of the world, and in particular the American people who are getting ready to vote. He didn't want them to realize that there was another conflict as a consequence of abandoning Afghanistan, running away, and the fact that he had failed with the American hostages held by Hamas. He didn't want that focus. The Democrats did not want America to focus on that. But the fact is, it was ongoing then. So for everyone who says, oh my God, Trump is starting wars. No, he hasn't. He's resolving a war. He's resolving a conflict that was already existing. You just weren't being notified of it by the mainstream news media. And so now we see that Trump has been effective. There has been a reduction in the interactions in the Red Sea, but the Houthis aren't done. And this was obviously a statement by the Houthi terrorists that they're still alive. Their infrastructure isn't completely gone. They still have some capabilities left, and they're using the missiles that they bought because the Biden administration gave humanitarian aid to the Houthi terrorist organization. They're using that money, those missiles bought with the Biden donations, Biden aid, shouldn't say donation, Biden aid, they're using those missiles to attack Israel. Thankfully, no one has died. Obviously, there will be a response this week, probably by Tuesday at the latest, I would think. If not today, later today, or tomorrow, Monday, you will see that there will be news of a retaliatory strike and continuation of the offensive attacks against the Houthi rebels. Now, another thing to keep in mind about this, the news media loves to report that the United States is attacking or firing upon Yemen. That is not true. I want to be very clear about that. That isn't what's happening. The United States isn't fighting Yemen, the country. We're fighting the terrorists, the Houthis, who are in Yemen. There's a massive difference. We're not fighting the Yemeni nation. We're fighting the terrorists in Yemen. The distinction is not subtle. It is very clear. But again, the news media wants to paint every action of the Trump administration as negatively as possible. And when it comes to the Middle East, again, the news media seem to want to paint Israel as negatively as possible, even though Hamas killed 34 Americans on the same day that they killed 1,200 Israelis and over 9 British citizens. Individuals from 56 different countries were killed on October 7th, 2023 in a terrorist attack by Hamas against civilians. Unwarranted, uncalled for. There is no question about that. You cannot argue that. And I know members of the left like to try and downplay that. It is irrefutable. It is a fact. It was an act of terror. And as a consequence, that led to everything else. So I think it's kind of sad that the news media is very much pro-Hamas, another terrorist organization, very much pro-Hezbollah and pro-Houthis, terrorists. They're supporting the terrorists over and over again because they want power for the Democrats, which is why they frame everything in the most negative light they can to try and gain back power, because they think somehow by supporting terrorism, they will gain the votes of American citizens. I guess they assume that everyone graduated from Columbia and Harvard, who are two colleges, institutions, educational institutions that believe in supporting terrorism. They believe in genocide. We saw that from Harvard's former president, I think her name was Catherine Gay, who would not denounce genocide, the genocide of Hamas against the attempted genocide by Hamas against Israel. She would not denounce that. That's why she got fired. But that's the mentality at Harvard, at Columbia, at many of these colleges. And where do we get our journalists from? From these very same institutions. So I'm not surprised they have such a negative view on anyone except the terrorists. But that's my point of view. So I want people to be aware of this. You're going to see another reaction. It is very likely that the United States, under the Trump administration, will have another wave. This will put us over the 100 mark, I believe, in offensive actions against the Houthis to try and remove their capability to continue to fight. That means attacking the leadership as well as their infrastructure, the missiles, the bombs, the rocket launchers that they have to take them out. So do expect that news probably Monday. That's my expectation. Somewhere in Monday, we will hear that the United States has taken this action. So that kind of gets us up to date on most of the breaking news. Again, the news media has less emphasis on a lot of this. The United States, many people are probably surprised that India and Pakistan have had such a long-running animosity for each other. Many Americans are not aware of this. They don't, because the American news media, the CNNs, the ABCs of the world don't like to talk about that. They like everyone to think that racism and bias only exist in America. And it only exists between white people and black people. That somehow that is the only way that we have this animosity, this antagonism existing. It's only in America, and it's only black people versus white people in America because slavery and racism and all that. That's not a reality. That's not the truth of the world. And India and Pakistan are yet another example of that. That region, the animosity, the tensions, aren't because they're people of different colors. It's because of different religions. At the end of the day, it's because India is Hindu and Pakistan is Islamic. That's one of the key hurdles between those two nations. And that is what causes a lot of the bias, the prejudice, and the tensions, the fighting that we have been seeing going on for decades now. Almost a century, if I remember correctly. Almost a century. And so but if you listen to American news media, that doesn't exist anywhere except in America. That's untrue. That's not the reality of the world. And so we need to pay attention to this, and that's downplayed so much because most people don't think of Pakistan as a nuclear power. Many Americans don't even think of India as a nuclear power. They are. They are key nuclear nations, and they are far more willing to use nuclear weapons, especially against each other, than most first world nations with nuclear weapons. This has been a constant concern. And we haven't seen tensions this high where we're hearing about open nuclear warfare since about the 90s, if I remember correctly. That's the last time I really recall the threat of India-Pakistan nuclear conflict. It was back in the 90s. I could be wrong on that. But it tells us something about the way American media frames information for the American public. They'll spend 30 seconds on this conflict. They really won't talk to people about what are the consequences, why it's so important that the United States needs to back up the United Kingdom which has close ties with Pakistan, with India, especially India, that they need to be at the forefront in trying to get these nations to a negotiation table, to not have physical conflicts, to not have nuclear conflict, to try and work out a ceasefire, a way to step back into diplomatic conversations, to re-engage their diplomacy systems so that they can resolve this or at least get tensions lower than they are currently. It's absolutely important because it affects everyone in the world. And and let's not be silly. I'm not talking about your call center, the jobs that have been outsourced from the United States into India. That's not a problem. I mean, it is, but that's not the reason why it affects America. You will hear articles talking about how it could disrupt U.S. business on an economic basis because if there's a conflict, well, what about all the outsourced jobs, all the call center jobs that we see that are in India? Well, businesses have to do something about that. Otherwise, they'll be shut down. Now, of course, that'll be blamed on Donald Trump because everything is blamed on Orange Man Bad, always. But it isn't. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump. It has nothing to do with America whatsoever. This is pre-existing problems, has nothing to do with any other nation besides India and Pakistan. But yet, we will see that the impact, if tensions continue, and if they escalate to an actual shooting war, that will, of course, disrupt business, especially technologies, technological call centers, and tech support, various levels of tech support in the United States, as well as the rest of the world. And that will have a negative impact on the economy. It's something that no president has any control over. If this happened under the Biden administration, you couldn't blame it on Biden because he has nothing to do with it. Same thing with if it happened under Clinton, if it happened under Bush, if it happened under Obama. You couldn't blame them for that because it has nothing to do with us. So it can't be blamed on Donald Trump either. It has nothing to do with us. This is outside of our capabilities. What you can say is because Democrats have been leading the way to outsource U.S. STEM jobs, science, technology, engineering, and math, since they have been the key proponents on outsourcing jobs. And when I say that, I mean Obama's statement that the United States would be a service economy, not a manufacturing economy, that we wouldn't be making things, we would just be services. Well, that outsourced a lot of our jobs to nations like India and that especially in call centers and especially in technology and STEM. And because of that, we now have the problem that if India goes into an armed conflict, U.S. economy is going to be affected negatively, and it will disrupt our ability to do things like fix your computer, to develop new technology. It's going to have an impact here. So be prepared. Expect, plan that if we see this conflict start, if you start seeing bullets flying, expect there's going to be issues not only economically, but also in terms of technology. That is just going to be a direct consequence. How severe? I cannot predict. I don't know. Depends on how bad the shooting war would be between Pakistan and India. And at this point, no one knows. All we know is they hate each other, and they're more than willing to use nukes on each other. So the shooting war can rapidly, in a matter of hours, could rapidly go from bullets to nuclear bombs. That is a reality. This is why you need to know about that. And this is something that I am absolutely sure the mainstream news media won't say that to the American people. They won't let you know about the economic impact. They won't let you know about the food crisis impact, the refugee impact, the economic impact to the United States. They're not going to mention that to you. They've only got 30 seconds. They're not going to give you the details because you're not supposed to think about it. You're just supposed to say, Orange Man bad, Donald Trump should have been able to fix that, it's his fault, and they won't even blame or mention Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of England, the relationship of the United Kingdom to India, and how critical that is, that they're the ones who should be leading the negotiations on reducing tensions, not the United States. We should be backing up the United Kingdom, but we're not the ones with a history, a long, long history with India. We're not. That's the United Kingdom. Keir Starmer needs to step up and resolve this conflict, or at least be directly involved in the conversation as much as possible, because they have the relationship. The United States doesn't. But that's just me, actually paying attention to the details, following this stuff for you so I can summarize. This is years of information being summarized here for you. Now, if there's anyone in Pakistan, anyone in India that disagrees with the summation I have made so far, if they disagree with the potential outcomes, if there is a conflict, if they disagree with that, please let me know why. If there's something that I do not understand about this conflict on the general level, please do provide me that information. I don't pretend to be an expert on Pakistan-India relations, but I do have knowledge, and this is what the knowledge that we have leads to. This is the consequence that I can see. Tell me how I'm wrong. I'd love to know that I'm wrong. I would love to know that the United States could not be affected by refugees or economic downturn or food difficulties in food because India and Pakistan go to war. Please. Tell me, give me that reassurance that it won't affect America at all, that it won't affect the rest of the globe at all. Because, one, I think you're lying if anyone were to say that. And two, I would be reassured to be proven incorrect on that. I would love that. But I don't think that's likely. Okay. So, moving forward. So that's important. It is ongoing. It is breaking news. And you deserve to know about this. The mainstream media doesn't want you to think about it. If you're into tech, plan accordingly. Okay. With that said, let's move forward. Please remember that the mainstream news media hate me talking about this. They don't want you to think about any of this. They are going to suppress the hell. They're going to de-emphasize this video, this live stream with you, and they're going to try and restrict the number of people who can see this and talk about it because they don't want people to realize it isn't Orange Man bad and how this could affect the rest of the world, and the fact that Democrats, the liberals in the United Kingdom, the Labour Party, they have no answer. They have no answer for this. They have no plan for this. They have no idea what to do. Democrats and the Labor Party, they're clueless on how to resolve this. And that's a sad thing. But they don't want you to realize that. So they don't want you to have this conversation. They don't want you to think about it. Again, I'm open to people from Pakistan and India to tell me, Mike, you've misunderstood any part of this. Please do. Please do. Let me move forward. Also, dealing with what's happening overseas. Obviously, there's a lot happening in foreign policy. The mainstream news media in the United States rarely wants to talk about what's happening around the world. They don't want to talk about the Hamas. They don't want to talk about the fact that Hamas killed 17 out of 22 Americans that they took hostage, that there's only one American hostage still alive, which the Trump administration is negotiating to get back home. There were two that were still held by Hamas, and earlier, it was back in March, the Trump administration did get one of those American citizens released, and there's only one left. And under the Biden-Harris administration, 17 Americans were killed by Hamas while being hostages, tortured, and sexually abused. That is a fact. It's not an opinion. It's not a guess. That is an absolute fact. Democrats just don't like talking about it. The Biden administration doesn't like talking about it. But that's the reality. But separate of that, what else is happening? Well, immigration. Immigration is a massive issue in America right now. It's one of the leading issues that everyone is talking about in some form. The mainstream news media is talking about it in some form. Mostly we are hearing from American news media that it is somehow bad that illegal aliens, criminals, are being held accountable for their crimes. They're being deported. That there are mass deportations happening. Something that we were promised under the Biden, Biden and Obama, the Democrats have promised. You can't mass deport illegal aliens. Yes, you can. And we have evidence of that. We are seeing that happen now. They said you can't close the border, but we have. In fact, the number of what's the word? There's a word they use specifically for it. Encounters. That's it. The Border Patrol, the United States Border Patrol, when they meet a illegal alien crossing the border, when these individuals come across and they seek out our Customs and Border Patrol so that they can then claim refugee status, that's called an encounter. These are illegal aliens and they come in. And so we count, and that's where we get these numbers, like the 8 million illegal aliens that came in. That's the exact number of people that we can count who came into America. The actual number that entered through the open border policies of the Biden-Harris administration is higher. There are more people than we never encountered, that we never met with, that didn't claim asylum. There are millions more. We don't know how many millions more, but there are more. But 8 million was the number that we know for sure. We know that currently, under the Trump administration, and we've only been through what? This is May. We've been through 4 months of the Trump administration, just barely. And 95% of encounters we have reduced the number of encounters by 95%. That's incredible. And we were told this could not happen. You can't have mass deportations. The people would come no matter what. It doesn't matter which president. Apparently, that was a lie. They showed up. The illegal aliens knew that the Biden-Harris administration would open the doors and they would have free reign to enter into America, break the law, and never be held accountable. President Trump comes in as the 47th president and also as the 45th, and all of a sudden, we see a 95% reduction in the number of illegal aliens entering into America. Again, there's always going to be some we do not count, but for those that we can count, and we can put it side by side, the number of illegal aliens entering into America versus under the Biden administration, and the number is 95% less. That tells you a lot. The good news is that means that unaccompanied minors, something that the Obama administration didn't like talking about, the Biden administration did not like talking about this. They hid this from the public. Remember when Ted Cruz was blocked from going to the border by the Biden administration, saying that he could not see the Obama-built cages that the kids were being held in, as the Biden administration was shipping out children in the middle of the night to Tennessee and to New York State and also to California, shipping them out in private jets and private buses in the middle of the night so that they wouldn't be at the border, so that no one could see them. Remember, that did happen. Well, that's not happening anymore. Why? They're not coming anymore, which is great news. Again, something that in talking about the 100 days of Donald Trump, we are now post 100 days of Donald Trump. No one talks about that success, which is good because it means less children are being abused. It means there's less sex trafficking in America. There is less human trafficking in America. There's less drugs being transported. There are less overdoses potentially that will be happening in America because the border is effectively closed. When you stop 95% of the people from coming into the country, yeah, that's effectively closed. It will never be 100%. This is about as good as you can get with that. But you didn't hear that about the post-100 days of Donald Trump. You haven't heard that from the mainstream news media celebrating that we have closed the borders, which reduces the pressure, the infrastructure strain on New York, Chicago, Boston, LA, all the major cities in America that were going bankrupt, each and every one, trying to deal with the inflow of illegal aliens into our country. On top of that, the mass deportations have been working exceptionally well. Many illegal aliens are leaving on their own so that they could hopefully return under a different president or under different laws on immigration in the United States. Because if they get deported, they'll never be allowed back in. They'll never be able to be a citizen. They'll never have a path to citizenship. So if a future Democrat gets in and somehow under another Democrat supermajority, if that were to happen, they would be able to come back to America and get a path to citizenship. But if they've been deported, that would not be possible. So they would rather leave so they can have that potential possibility in the future. So we're seeing many of these illegal aliens are voluntarily leaving on their own. That's a good thing. Again, that's helping places like New York, Chicago, Detroit. It's helping cities that were exploding. Their infrastructure was crumbling before our eyes because we couldn't live to keep up with that. In New York City, as a great example, because I live in New York State, New York City, we had hotels filled to the brim with nothing but illegal aliens. American citizens were homeless on the streets, on the very same street that had a hotel dedicated to illegal aliens, 3-star hotels, and just outside that hotel, there's American citizens living on the streets, getting no help whatsoever. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Spending $70,000 per illegal alien in New York City. We were spending $70,000 to house and feed and provide luxuries to illegal aliens who broke our law and entered into the United States. We were spending $70,000 per, and the average American makes $33,000 a year. There are American citizens that are homeless in New York, and they got nothing, but they're giving $70,000, double the income of an American citizen, to illegal aliens, to criminals, rewarding breaking the law. That was under the Biden administration. That's changed. Okay, so I bring all of that up and that post 100-day recap and the fact that I'm talking about the change that is both economically as well as in terms of security in the advantage of the American people. Mainstream media doesn't want to tell you that. They want to tell you Orange Man bad. They want you to think somehow this has made things worse. You're more safe today than you were under Biden. There's less pressure on our economy today than under the Biden-Harris administration, because we have reduced these numbers, and we are continuing to reduce the number of illegal aliens, these criminals, in our nation, which is relieving us of some of the debt and some of the infrastructure problems. That's great. Part of that process, and I think this is interesting, according to CNN, not the greatest news source in the world, not the most credible mainstream news media service, absolutely true. But according to CNN, Trump administration weighs sending migrants to Libya and Rwanda. There is no evidence of this. Now, this is something that came out on Thursday. This is something that CNN has made a statement of without any evidence. They have unnamed sources. Unnamed sources. It's kind of like the unnamed sources that said that the Russia collusion was true. That wound up being not real. Didn't happen. The unnamed sources that said that there was the Ukraine phone call under the first Trump administration, which turned out to not be true. So we have yet again unnamed sources that are saying that the Trump administration is trying to send illegal aliens to Libya and or Rwanda, much like we are sending some illegal aliens to El Salvador. In particular, we're sending MS-13 gang members and the Tren de Aragua gang members, Venezuelan gang members. We're sending them over to El Salvador, which is great. At least in my opinion, that's great. They're not our responsibility. Many of these individuals, like Kilmar Abrego Garcia, he is a national of El Salvador. He's Salvadoran. So we sent him back home. We didn't send him somewhere strange. We sent him back home. It was El Salvador that took Kilmar Abrego Garcia and threw him in jail because he broke laws in El Salvador that had nothing to do with the United States. We took an illegal alien. We sent him back to his home. His home put him in jail because he's a criminal there as well as being a criminal in the United States. That's not America's fault. That's not our problem. That has nothing to do with us. The mainstream news media doesn't want to talk about that. But that is the reality. Whether they want to talk about it or not, that is the truth. That's why he's in jail right now in El Salvador, because he's a criminal in the United States. It seems he's committed multiple crimes allegedly in the United States and is a criminal in El Salvador. Not our fault. But we have also sent other gang members, MS-13 gang members, Tren de Aragua gang members, Venezuelan gang members. There's over 100 different gangs that have been entering the United States under the Biden-Harris administration, and we're sending those who are of South American descent to El Salvador. So it makes sense that there are gangs and individuals who are, we believe, connected to groups like Hamas, the Houthis, Hezbollah, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, the Taliban. These are terrorist organizations, and they have cells and individuals that have infiltrated the United States. They promised they would do it under the Biden administration, and they did. We have found many of them. Remember, under the Biden administration in 2024, there were 8 members of ISIS, Tajikistan. They were from Tajikistan. They were members of ISIS. They came in and they spent a year in the United States before being deported under the Biden-Harris administration. They were allowed to come in, and then we found out, oh yeah, they're terrorists. So we know terrorists have come into America. So it makes sense that we would deport them, and since we may or may not know their home countries, but we know their general descent, that we would send them to places like Libya, Rwanda, Africa, the Middle East, other nations, closer to their homes, closer to their religious ideology, closer to their ethnicity, their background, places that they would be more comfortable, where they could possibly even assimilate because they're not our problem. At the end of the day, actually, when you wake up in the morning, the first thing you have to understand is we owe these illegal aliens nothing. We owe them nothing. They're not our responsibility. They are not American citizens. They did not have authorization to be in America. They broke laws while being here. Even the non-violent illegal aliens continued to break laws while being in America. We have no obligation to them whatsoever. We have a choice that we can feed them, take care of them, we can help them. That is a choice the American people can do, and we are the most generous nation in the world. And we often do take care of people because we're very charitable. We're more charitable than many nations are in having a GDP. I will show you that a little bit later in the show. But we have no obligation. That isn't a requirement of the American government or the American people. Many on the left forget that we're not obligated to do these things. We do them because we can, as one of being the only superpower and one of the highest quality of life in the world, we are capable of being able to help more than most people can, and we do. But that's not an obligation. So on the face of this story from CNN, it sounds logical, makes sense. I'm not against it. Take the illegal aliens, the people that CNN calls migrants. They're not migrants, they're criminals. That is their proper legal designation. You can either call them criminals or illegal aliens. Those are their proper designation. Migrant is there to make the left feel nice. They want the left to feel good, so they call them migrants. That's not who they are. They are illegal aliens or criminals. Always keep that in mind. Every time you see the word migrant, that's someone lying to you. That's someone trying to manipulate you. They're trying to make you think more positively about the crime that is being committed before your eyes. That's the truth. And so CNN says, oh, these migrants. Now, I found it interesting because when you go into the story, and again, they kind of bury it a little bit, you have to go down and you see that CNN reached out to a representative for Libyan, reached out to a representative for the Libyan General Saddam Haftar. I think that's the name. The name is, I'm unfamiliar with it. I believe it's Haftar, who was in Washington for talks with officials this week for a comment. So CNN reached out to Libyan officials about, hey, is the Trump administration trying to make a deal to send illegal aliens to Libya? In particular, illegal aliens of Arabic descent, perhaps African descent, and we're going to send them there because that would be similar to their lifestyle, kind of like we send South American illegal aliens to El Salvador. Okay. The State Department and a Libyan official said his meetings were not about deportations. So CNN is saying we've got some ultra super secret sources that say Trump is trying to deport illegal aliens to Libya, some of them, and to Rwanda, some of them, but there's no one who's officially saying it. And when they ask officials on the record directly, are you having this conversation with the Trump administration? The State Department and the Libyan officials say, no, that's not something that's on the table. We're not talking about it. He goes on. They quote him as saying, the meetings with the Libyan delegation in Washington this week were not about deportations. So that's pretty straightforward. A Libyan official told CNN, quote, deporting illegal aliens to Libya was never discussed. This did not happen. Everything we talked about was as published in the official agenda. No one is having this conversation. This isn't real. CNN has provided a refutation. They are literally debunking themselves as they are putting out this article. The official sources of the Libyan government and the American government are saying this isn't happening. This conversation, which I'm not against, maybe the left would be. CNN obviously wants to say Orange Man bad. They're shipping illegal aliens to Libya. I don't care. But here they are. They're being debunked by their own reporting, by the evidence. It cannot be any more clear than I asked the officials, is this happening? And they unequivocally said, this is not a conversation we're having. We absolutely have not had this conversation. There is no side discussion about this. It's not real. And again, I don't have to go to another source. This is CNN saying it about their own conversation. Here it goes. To be even more clear, a State Department spokesman said they do not discuss the details of diplomatic communications. The spokesperson added that the department is working globally to implement the Trump administration's immigration policies. Well, that's generic. There's a lot of policies. We're trying to send people back. We're trying to block people from coming into America. We're notifying countries, don't send us your people. We're trying to arrange for flights to send people back to the country they came from. That doesn't mean that we are having conversations with Libya or Rwanda to send illegal aliens to those nations. We may, and I think it's a great idea. You guys can tell me. You guys in the comments, you can tell me and say, Mike, I think that's a great idea. I think it's a terrible idea. Whatever. Tell me what you think about that. I think it's fine. I got no problem. I don't care where the illegal alien comes from. They're not our responsibility. Send them. You can send them to the North Pole for all I care. Send them to the South Pole. I don't care if they go to Antarctica. They're not our responsibility. They're not our problem. If their nation doesn't want them, send them to Antarctica and let them figure out how they're going to survive on their own. Not our problem, because they are criminals. They have broken our laws. They have to be accountable. They can go, and if the only place that we can send them is El Salvador, or to a prison in Libya, or to a prison in Rwanda, or a prison in the Sudan, for all I care, send them there. They're not our problem. And if anyone's upset, if any of their nations are upset, so we sent an Ethiopian over to, Libya to be in a prison, you should have took your people. You had the option to negotiate with the Trump administration, the American government, and to arrange for flights back to your country. You chose not to. Then you don't care about these people. Then those countries don't care about their own people. Not my fault that your people went somewhere less than admirable, less than a beach house. Not my problem. Just not my problem. We didn't want them. We didn't ask for them. In fact, we told them, get out, leave. They knew Trump was going to be elected after November. They knew the Trump administration was coming in. They knew the American people voted for the Trump administration to have mass deportations. This is not a surprise to anyone. For months, from day one, Donald Trump said he is going to mass deport illegal aliens. Not violent, not just violent illegal aliens, all illegal aliens. That was a fact. It was very clear. It was made even more explicitly clear by the mainstream news media as they asked Donald Trump this very same question. Are you meaning only the violent criminals or all of the illegal aliens? And he said all of them. Tom Homan, who is in charge of ICE, also reiterated it's not just the violent repeat offenders. It is every illegal alien, because they are all, every single one of them, a criminal. They have broken our law. They are going to be held accountable. They're going to be deported. Period. Full stop. I got no problem with that. So they knew. Every illegal alien can't suddenly go, I'm shocked, I'm surprised, I did not expect this. How could this be happening to me? You're a criminal. You've evaded the law. You've been a problem in America. You were warned for months. For months. You saw the voting. You saw the poll results. This is not a secret. We told you up front, in front of your face, and all the news media and social media you could possibly imagine. We said you're going to get deported. Don't be surprised when we deport you. How can you be shocked? How can you say, oh my God, I just didn't know this was going to happen? Of course you knew this was going to happen. You just didn't think you, that particular illegal alien, didn't think they were going to be captured. They thought they could continue to evade the law, that they could continue to be not held accountable, and they were wrong. Oops. Bad calculation on your part. Not my problem. Send them wherever you need to send them. But in terms of CNN, they are bald-faced, in your face, just making it up. They're just trying to find a way to make you say, oh my God, Orange Man bad. He's going to send these criminals to a foreign country. They're foreign criminals, and he's going to send them to a foreign country, thousands of miles away. I don't care if they came from thousands of miles away. Not every illegal alien comes from Mexico or from Central America or from South America. We have many, we have tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens that come from China, that come from Angola, that come from the continent of Africa. That's 50 countries there. We're talking about people coming from every country in the world come to America illegally. In small nations, we're talking about hundreds. In larger nations, we're talking about thousands. In total, we're talking about hundreds of thousands. So, yes, people are traveling thousands of miles to enter America illegally. Sending them thousands of miles back is not a big deal. But you're not supposed to think about that. You're supposed to go, oh my God, that's so terrible. No, you're sending them thousands of miles away? What are they going to do? Go back home. That's what they're going to do. They go back home, which was thousands of miles away. Not our fault, not our problem. Oh, but you're going to send them to Libya. And Libya is not the greatest nation in the world. No, it isn't. Also, not our problem. I don't care. Don't care. Not our problem. Oh, you don't want to go into Libya, possibly into a Libyan jail, into a possible Rwandan jail, into a El Salvadoran jail? Leave. Go back to your home country. You have a choice. And in fact, you don't even have to leave America to go back to your home country. You can go to Canada. You can go to England. You can go to the closest nation to your home nation and claim refugee status. Leave. No one is stopping you. In fact, our government is encouraging and will help you to leave our nation because you are a criminal. Where's the problem? Oh my God, but it's so mean. Why? Why? There's nothing in our Constitution, nothing in the Declaration of Independence. There is no document that says that we are obligated to do anything for these people. But yet the news media, the intelligentsia, the Democrats and the progressives want you to feel like you have some obligation. They're insistent that you feel like it's something wrong with that you have some absolute obligation. And it's like, no, you don't. Not at all. It's ridiculous. Okay, Lynn has a comment here, and Lynn says, Biden and Harris have blood on their hands. That's true. No borders and no country. That's true. If your country has no borders, you don't have a country. That's very true. Come legally, like my Polish grandparents. Yes, and let's be clear. No one is having a problem with legal migrants. Legal migrants not having an issue. I know visas, that's a different story. We'll talk about visas. I said legal migrants. Legal migrants, no one has a problem with. They get to stay in America. We have no problem with that. No one said, oh, we don't want any migration into America. That's not true. We do want immigration. We just want legal, organized immigration. where we can vet the individual and find out, oh yeah, you happen to be a member of you're from Tajikistan and you're a member of ISIS. Oops, you can't come to America. How about that? John says, what if we built a prison in Greenland and made it a work for freedom place where they, hang on, I want to bring this up. So John says, what if we built a prison in Greenland and made it a work for freedom place where they worked on new military base we're going to need in Greenland? I get your point. Okay, so one, that requires an agreement with Greenland and Denmark, because Denmark owns Greenland. So it's not up to Greenland. There's 56,000 people on Greenland. They can't support themselves. They need another nation to support them. And they have Denmark. They are a net drain on Denmark's economy. But we now know there are rare earth metals in Greenland, which has raised the value if someone is able to extract it, and Denmark can't. Denmark just doesn't have the technology or the capability to effectively tap the resources on Greenland. They never have, and they still can't. The people of Greenland can't effectively tap the resources of Greenland. They never could, and they still can't. So the United States, this is part of why we're making the deal, or trying to make a deal, with Greenland, which has been trolled to say we're going to take over Greenland. And honestly, for the Greenland people, probably in their best interest, to be fair. In their best interest. They would have a higher quality of life. They'd have more support more quickly. It would be in their best interest. But that's another thing altogether. We've already gone through that. We've already discussed that. So assuming that Denmark and Greenland made an agreement with the United States for the rare earth metals and for the military base, and assuming that Greenland and Denmark agree to allow illegal aliens to come into their country. Okay. Now, the first problem I have, John, is what you've described is slavery. It's a form of slavery. It's an economic slavery. Whether or not, I don't think that you, John, envision it as that. I don't think that's what you intended to say. I think you were thinking like a work release program, or it's like when people have houses and they rent the house, and every time they pay the rent, that lowers the mortgage, and they have the first right to buy the house. It's I forget what the name of it is, but you rent for the mortgage. So you're renting it, you're paying in, and if you decide to buy the house, well, the rent you've paid is reducing the mortgage, so you get that lower mortgage to take over the property. It's like a work release program, so something like that. So I get that's what you intend, but I can guarantee you that the left will listen to those words and they'll say, oh, America's starting it's slavery all over again. Trump has introduced slavery because Orange Man bad. And so we're shipping these individuals to Greenland, to a concentration camp, this is how they would describe it, so that they can work to death in the mines. Anything that is mined is inherently dangerous. Some people will die. Ask any country where they have mining taking place, which is most of the world. Whether you're mining for coal or heavy metals or anything else, people die because it is an intrinsically difficult job. Go down to Kentucky and ask people down there about coal mining. They will tell you it's intrinsic. West Virginia, they will tell you it is intrinsically dangerous work. So people will die. And so the left, the progressives, and the Democrats will say, Trump is starting a concentration camp. He's going to work these people to death. And if even one migrant dies, and guaranteed, even one illegal alien dies, and there will be at least one, more than that, will die mining for minerals. Therefore, Trump's trying to kill them. It's a concentration camp. It's evil. We're back to World War II. That's the answer you will get from the left. That's how they will spin this politically to try and take power back. It's not what you intend. That's what they will say. Doesn't matter if this is the truth. We just saw CNN doesn't care. They'll lie. They'll make up the story. It's all about power. It doesn't matter if they debunk their own story. You're not supposed to read anything but the headline. And the headline says that Trump is creating a concentration camp. You're not supposed to read details that said, oh, no, these are, they're not even indentured servants. These are just people working for freedom. They're trying to earn their way back into America because they're criminals. This is their criminal penalty. It's like a fine that they have to pay off. So I understand that's what you intend, John, but understand that anyone who is against that, anyone on the left is going to twist that and say, no, it's a concentration camp and you're working them to death. That it is a form of slavery. Whether you call it indentured slavery or chattel slavery doesn't really matter. It's going to be called slavery. And since some of those people will be brown-skinned, some of those people will be illegal aliens from South America, that will be the poster child for this base, these minors, and they will say, oh, see, this is about genocide, it's about racism. They will be the pictures up front and center. That's how the left will spin that entire story. Do I think, separate of all of that, do I think it's a terrible idea? I think it leads to too much corruption. I understand the intent. This is a way for illegal aliens to prove themselves, that they want to be Americans, that they want to be contributing to America. And I don't mean contributing like Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer say, oh, illegal aliens we need them. They contribute to American economy, which is why New York City is going bankrupt. That's why Chicago, Boston, all the cities are going bankrupt because those illegal aliens are contributing so much to America's economy that they're going bankrupt and destroying the infrastructure. No, I mean, here's the corruption. How much money per illegal alien must they earn or generate before they can be allowed back into America? If you can earn a certain amount of money to be let into America, then can anyone in any other country just say, if it doesn't matter what the number is, it could be $5,000, it could be $50,000, it could be $5 million, doesn't matter what the number is. So if you're from another country and you have that money, does that mean they can buy the American citizenship? So now American citizenship is no longer about blood. It's no longer about America and the Constitution and our freedoms. It's a commodity. American citizenship then becomes a commodity, and that leads to a lot of corruption in and of itself. So while I think you have a good idea, I understand it, the application and the presentation of it, too many problems. So I disagree with your Greenland idea. I hope that makes sense, John, on why I'm saying this about it. Again, I understand your intent, or at least I believe I understand your intent, but this is why I'm against it. Does that at least make sense to you? John does have another follow-up statement, and he says, if I were in this country illegally, which he is not, but given the offer of 5 years of mining to gain citizenship, would be worth considering. And wealthy people are being given the $5 million gold visa. Well, the visa is a different thing. Visas are different because visas are about privilege, quite honestly. A visa is an invitation. It is a privilege. We allow you. We are willing to accept you into our nation. A visa is approved. We've looked at your background. We looked at who you are. We said, yes, you can come to America for this purpose, whether that's like an H-1B visa, which says you can work in the STEM industry, science, technology, engineering, and math. You can come to America. You have a sponsor company, which very often is someone like Microsoft, as an example. And they have a huge number. Amazon and Microsoft have huge number. They dominate almost every single one of the H-1B visas that are allowed every year in America. And they'll say, okay, we're sponsoring these people. The State Department will look into those people, look at their backgrounds. None of them are terrorists. All of them are qualified for the job. Fantastic. 60,000, and the number somewhere around 60, 80,000 H-1B visas are allowed. That is a privilege. We allow them in for their contract. So they have a time limit. And that's the thing about visas. There's a time limit. It is a privilege. The individual is checked, or should be checked on, to be able to enter. This is true of every country in the world. When I was living in Russia under the Soviet Union in the 1990s, I had to get a visa. And every, what was it? I think it was every 3 months, I had to get an extension on my visa. So I had the initial visa to get into the country. And then I had to go and get another extension, or I had to get an extension on my visa so I could continue to stay in the Soviet Union. I was there for over a year and a half. So I got a bunch of extensions. And after the first extension, I started getting asked questions when I went up for the renewal. And I was working for a company. Now, I'm not going to say that it was the most above board. I can tell you for a fact, the company I was working for was throwing some money under the table and saying, don't pay too much attention to this. Allow the American to stay in the country. Here's, an extra 5,000 rubles, which was an astounding amount of money for Russians at that time. Absolute pittance for Americans. The exchange rate was like 500 to 1. We basically gave them a $100 bribe to just not pay too much attention or ask too many questions. Essentially, it cost $100. They were thrilled beyond belief, and it was just pushing paperwork. Absolute corruption. Absolute corruption. But the fact is, I had to get that visa. Now, that's because I had to, again, authorize myself to be in their nation. And as I said, corruption abounds. It was massive amounts of corruption in that. Here's $100. Don't ask too many questions. And to me, they said, Mike, don't be stupid. Don't say anything. When they ask, pretend you can't speak Russian, even though I could. Pretend you don't really know any Russian. When they ask, and you're there, I'm a student. I'm still going to university. I wasn't. I'm still learning about the culture and the artwork. I wasn't. So I'm staying a little bit longer. I had to do that at least 5 times, if not more, to get it. And the last time, I had to leave the country. I was there for like a year and a half, and they're like, look, it's just too many. You've been extended. You can't keep getting extensions. It's starting to show up. It's too much. You're an aberration in the system, and doesn't matter that you're giving me an extra 100, which is stupid money, a huge bribe. Someone's going to catch this. There's too many extensions for you. You're an American, and you've been here too long, nonstop. You've got to leave and then come back. That's why I left Russia. I had to. Just some background history. A lot of people don't realize that. So I'm familiar with visas. And now, mind you, at any time when I was going through that process, the Russian government the Soviet Union at the time, could have said, get out of our country. Because where I was getting that done, they had an entire detention center attached to the building where I was getting the visas. They could have said, go into that room. You're going back to America right now. You're leaving. Period. Take your passport, go. You're not staying in this country. They could have done that anytime they wanted to. They could have, at any time, they knew where I lived. They could, at any time, show up at my door. The KGB could have come over and said, you know what? We were watching you, because they were. And we know you lied, because I did. And we know you bribed the guys for the visa, because the company did. So you're a criminal. You're a spy. By definition, under the Soviet Union, that would have classified me as a spy, which is why I was very worried when they had the coup. They attempted the coup with the RFGS, because I was classified under their viewpoint as a spy for the West. I was going to go to a gulag. That was confirmed. That was a fact. We had friends in the KGB that warned me. It's like, they're gonna throw you in a gulag. You are a spy. You've been here too long, and you can't justify it. You're going to a gulag. If the RFK take over, you better be on the last plane out because you're going to a gulag forever. That's a reality. That's the truth of the situation I was in at that time. So I understand visas. I understand how governments can revoke a visa at any moment with privilege. I don't like selling those visas. It turns it into a commodity. The corruption that already exists always gets worse. And the story I'm telling you right now about my experience with visas in the Soviet Union, I guarantee you that's happening in the United States as well. It's not something new. It's not something strange or different. It's happening in America too. Guarantee you, there is some illegal alien, someone with a visa, who's gotten 5 extensions, and they're paying someone off to not ask too many questions, and the person who's getting the extension isn't really saying anything so that they don't get in trouble so they can stay in America. I guarantee you it's happening. I don't like visas for that reason. So, Joel has joined us. Hello, Joel. Thank you for your comment. And Joel says, Clinton's welfare to work bill was called forced labor for the unfortunate. Welfare recipients quickly learned if you could get hurt at work, you can go on disability. Yeah, there's always another scam. Again, it becomes corrupt. And yes, the left under the Clinton administration, I was alive then, yeah, they were calling it slavery. They were calling it indentured slavery. And the left lost its mind. How dare you? You're turning these poor people into indentured servants. We're going back to slavery, blah, blah, blah. Wasn't. Again, I understand the core reasoning for it, but that's how they're going to project it. John says, I just think sending illegal aliens to prisons and in other countries is low thought process. There has to be a win-win for everyone given the right idea. I think it is a win-win. They're not our obligation. They're not our responsibility. We have no reason to bear the cost. Send them anywhere else. I don't care where. If over in the Bahamas, if the Bahamas will take the illegal aliens in and put them on a beach in a bungalow, I don't care. They're not in America. We no longer have to bear the cost. Goodbye. Go away. Done. I don't care. If that means they go to Antarctica, I also don't care. Not our people, not our burden, not our obligation. Goodbye. So that is a win-win to me. That helps our economy. It helps restore law and order. It helps to ensure or to disincentivize more illegal aliens from entering our country, which means fewer terrorists are able to enter our country. Remember, under the Biden-Harris administration, there was a 3,200% increase in the number of illegal aliens, not illegal aliens, a 3,200% increase in the number of known and suspected terrorists that entered into America. Let me say it again, 3,200% increase under the Biden administration of known and suspected terrorists entering into America. That's because 8 million people came in. Open borders. Now that we have 95% less people entering into America and we're paying attention to who is coming in and we can do background on them and they are not automatically just sent on their way, put into a bus and sent over to California or to New York or to or Colorado, any of the other bluer than blue cities, if we're not doing that anymore, we can catch those terrorists. I have no problem. Put them on a bus, send them back to where they came from, put them in a prison. I don't care. It's their nation. If their nation cares about their people, they will either not send them to America or they will take them back. They will get them out of a Salvadoran or a Rwandan or Libyan prison. They will get them. That's their people. That's their obligation, their responsibility, not ours. Or better yet, before they get to that prison, they talk to the State Department they make a deal, and they have their people flown back to their country. Now, the reason why a lot of these countries aren't making those deals, the people who are coming to America are criminals. That's why they don't want them back. That's why they're not making the deal. They don't care that these people are going to prisons around the world because they are criminals. And they were happy for those criminals to leave their country. So they don't care if they're in a prison because they were going to go into a prison anyway. It's just that they don't have to, their home country doesn't have to pay for them being in that home country prison. They're in another prison in another country. No one has to care about them. They don't care. So it's not, this isn't a responsibility of America. This is a responsibility of other countries, and they know who they're abandoning. Blame that country. Don't blame America. That's my point. That's my view on it. People may disagree. But I hope that it helps to explain this a little bit. I think also that's important to understand that under the Trump administration, in the post-100 days of the Trump administration, there's a lot of stuff you weren't told about. Like the fact that Kuwait, the country of Kuwait, released 10 Americans that they had been detaining. 10. How many under the Biden administration? 0. How many under the Trump administration? Over 20. Kuwait, on its own, without any fanfare, the mainstream news media blew past this story, did not pay attention to this story in the slightest. This was reported on April 30th by the Associated Press. No one cared. Mainstream news media didn't pay attention to it, didn't do any articles on it, didn't talk about it. Why? Because we would have to talk about the fact that the Biden administration didn't get 24 Americans released. They were being held by Kuwait, and the Biden administration didn't care. They let them languish in a prison in Kuwait. Again, going back to these people are the responsibility of their home country. Well, America wanted these people. The Trump administration wanted these Americans back home, even though they're in prisons in Kuwait. And we said, we want them back. Can we get them back? Kuwait said yes. See, it's on the responsibility, not of Kuwait, it's on the responsibility of the American government to say, we want our people back. Give us our people. Let's have that conversation. And we got our people back we didn't have to lift any sanctions. We didn't have to increase the humanitarian aid. We didn't have to give them a special deal. Kuwait said, sure, here's your Americans. Why? Because they were paying for them. They're taking space in their prisons, and it was costing them money, especially since they're Americans, so they can't let them die. They may be able to let other Kuwaiti prisoners die or abuse them massively. They can't do that to Americans, because if American citizens die in their prison, that could be an international incident. That could become a problem. So it cost them money, more money than it would cost for any other Kuwait national to be in a prison. So they were happy to give up these prisoners. No one had asked for them, apparently. Much like when Biden didn't ask for a ceasefire, as we've now learned, he had no interest. He never asked about getting ceasefires for the Ukraine. Didn't ask. Didn't care. He also didn't ask for the prisoners in Kuwait. Didn't care. The Trump administration said, hey, can we get those Americans back? Kuwait said, sure, here you go. Here's your people. Saves us money. Takes away the potential of an international incident if one of these people die in our prisons. It makes less of a burden. There's less of an issue with America dealing with Kuwait going forward. Why? Not only did they give us back our people, they are in perfect health. They're not dying. Okay, Kuwait is a country we can work with. Kuwait is our friend. We can do things with Kuwait. Isn't that nice? Yes, the Kuwait arrested these people initially. Yes, they arrested them. Maybe some of these charges, as is alleged, that at least some of the detainees, individuals that were put into Kuwait prisons, were trumped up. These were not real charges. They were framed, possibly because Kuwaiti officials were corrupt and wanted to get paid off. That could happen. It happens around the world to many, many people. So it may have happened to some Americans. Some of those charges weren't real, but some of them were. Doesn't matter. 23 people came back home because Donald Trump said, bring them home. Not Biden. Biden didn't care. He left them there. Post-100 days, where's the news media saying Trump is bringing people home? Remember, he brought back, there were only 2 Americans left alive after 500 days of being a hostage of Hamas, being tortured and sexually abused every single day. Trump got one of those 2 have come home already. In the first 100 days, there's only 1 more left, and he's negotiating to get that last one back, which is my biggest issue about the entire Hamas-Israel conflict, besides the fact that Hamas are terrorists, and I have no sympathy or pity for them. None whatsoever. I have no sympathy or pity for any terrorist organization. None. But on top of that, they killed our people. They kidnapped our people. They tortured and sexually abused our people. I have a massive problem with that. And we don't build piers for people who torture and sexually abused our people. We don't build them piers. We don't help their economy. We don't build them up. They're lucky we don't flatten all of their property. Give us our people back. Trump got some of our people back. Biden let them die. Where's the post-100 days story about that? You don't hear it. So I thought that was kind of important to talk about in these post-100 days. You're just not going to hear it from the mainstream news media. They don't care. Why? Because that doesn't sound like Orange Man bad. They can't spin this into Orange Man bad, because it's not. It's a good thing. All that does is Biden screwed up. Biden failed the American people again. So, as many who have followed this channel know, I am very aware there's about 70,000 Americans that were abandoned by the Biden-Harris administration. 5,000 in Afghanistan, 10,000 in the Ukraine, 16,000 in the Sudan, 40,000 in Haiti, and just to throw it in there, over 23 Americans in Kuwait. Who knew? Mind you, I wasn't aware that there were 23 Americans being held in Kuwait, but now we know. And released because of the Trump administration, not because of Biden. I just find it interesting. Now, you will see things, but here's what is the left focusing on if they're not focusing on all these important issues in terms of closing the border, down 95%, reducing the burden on our major cities, reducing the amount of inflation in America, because every dollar we spend on these illegal aliens, that's a new dollar we had to print. The more you print money, the less your money is worth. It's called inflation. Poor people become more poor. The more illegals we take care of in our country, the more our poor become poorer. So this is another problem. So instead of talking about reducing the amount of inflation, reducing the spending of the government, closing the border, reducing the risk, national risk, because some violent illegal aliens kill people. That's a fact. And every single person that is killed in America by a violent illegal alien, whether that number is, it's a number that's bigger than 1 and smaller than infinity. We know that. So every single person that dies in that scenario is a preventable death. Every single one. If we did not have that person in our country, it is possible that American citizen would not die. So these are all positives that we could talk about. Mainstream media does not frame it that way, does not want to talk about it, does not give that credit. Instead, they want to jump up and down, freaking out as they did on May 1st, when they pushed this story out, this is from the Daily Beast. It's about as far left as you get. It's just short of communism, in my opinion. Not credible reporting, given, I'm making that very clear, the Daily Beast is not a credible news source. Absolute bias, again, leaning so far left as to be communist, in my point of view. It's my point of view that they could be communist. It is not a point of view. It is a fact that they are extreme leftists at the Daily Beast. And the Daily Beast is just another example, a little extreme, of showing the news media was jumping up and down, freaking out on May 1st, saying, Mike Walls is gone. The Trump administration's falling apart. Oh my God. This is about Signalgate. This is about failure. The Trump administration screwed. They're scrapping their entire administration. Everything's being changed because they got it all wrong for the first 100 days. That's the kind of language and emotion that groups like not just the Daily Beast, CNN, MSNBC, ABC News, CBS News, they all ran with the story. Every major mainstream news media organization that was left-leaning ran with the story. Mike Walls is out. He's been kicked out. He's out of the Trump administration. He's no longer there. This is because of Signalgate. This is because it's a scandal, because this is a problem. They pumped this news out over and over and over again until they had to admit a little bit later in the day, right about noon, first thing in the morning, Mike Walls is out. And then a lot more quiet, middle of the day. Oh, by the way, Mike Walls is the UN ambassador. What? Yeah, he didn't get kicked out of the Trump administration. He got switched. He moved. His position went to fill a more important slot, which was UN ambassador. Mike Walls wasn't getting kicked out of the Trump administration. He wasn't in trouble with Donald Trump and rejected and thrown away. This wasn't an indictment against the Trump administration. He got moved. It was a lateral move. He was moved from one department to another. He's now going to be the UN, he's the nominee for the UN ambassadorship. Does that sound like somebody who was thrown away? Somebody who was so enwrapped in scandal that he was being abandoned, tossed away. He was an example of absolute failure. Oh yeah, he's such a failure, we're going to give him a higher profile position in the Trump administration. We're going to give him a more important position in the Trump administration. He's going to be the voice of America in the United Nations, which is a huge post, very important. This is a big deal. And they're like, but you don't understand, Mike. He's done. Trump forces out a Signalgate idiot. He's such an idiot that he's going to the UN. Oh, I see. The left got it wrong. They were so desperate to have a story post-100 days to say, oh my God, the Trump administration's falling apart. We knew it was true. Orange man bad. We knew it was true. We told you they couldn't keep it going. And they're wrong. Signalgate is so important. Don't you realize even the Trump administration knows Signalgate matters? Except it didn't. The guy got him bigger. He got, literally, it's a promotion. He didn't get put down. He got raised up. And the news media was somehow far more tame about telling people the update than the initial story. They wanted everyone to hear that this Signalgate was important, that this was a real scandal, that it really had some kind of impact on government and your life. It didn't. It did not, definitively. And the guy they were using as the poster child of how bad Signalgate was, got a promotion. You would think that most of the news media would be like, oh my God, we got egg on our face. We completely screwed up. We failed. They were promoting the hype, not the fact. They didn't do their homework. And that's something you should take away from this. They didn't do their homework. They had a news story that fit their feelings. They had a news story that fit their political agenda. Trump administration's in trouble. Trump administration has failed. Trump is a bad guy. So, orange man bad, orange man bad. That was their story. And they were running with it. They didn't verify. I mean, it didn't take long. I mean, again, at noon, we knew because the White House came out and said, by the way, just so you know, Mike Walls is actually going to the UN. What? But he was being thrown out. You guys were, he failed. He's getting kicked out. He's in trouble. Yeah, that's why he got a promotion. That's why he got lifted up. Because the journalists didn't do their job. They didn't do their research. They didn't check the story. They didn't go back to the source and say, hey, at the White House, by the way, Mike Walls is out. Is there a reason? Is there any reason whatsoever why he's out? No. They just jumped to a conclusion. They talked to an unnamed source. I really would love to find out who's that unnamed source that said, oh yeah, Mike Walls is out. He's in trouble. By the way, I forgot to tell you, he's also getting promoted. He's going to be at the UN. He's in so much trouble. It's such a critical failure for the Trump administration. The guy just got a higher profile position. They kind of left that out. What kind of source leaves out the critical part of the story that this guy got promoted, that he's in a more important position with much more exposure than the one he had beforehand? Oops. That either makes you think that their sources are idiots and aren't really connected to what's going on in the White House, or they made it up. Because they had a story with an angle that fit their orange man bad label. And they didn't care what the truth was. They wanted to run with orange man bad. Trump administration bad. That's what they wanted. So the truth and any details that might flesh out what the hell's going on, they didn't care. We've got unnamed sources. Yeah. I've got an unnamed source that says that, he's done. He's gone. He's out of politics. He's completely screwed up. He's failed. That's why he's, UN ambassador. That's why he's going to be the UN ambassador. Because he completely screwed up. He embarrassed Trump. He embarrassed America. So he got a promotion. He's even more high profile and more impactful on U.S. foreign politics than ever before. That doesn't really make sense now, does it? This is how the media is trying to manipulate you. This is why, as I mentioned when I was talking with Larry Sharp about the 100 days of the Trump administration, when I was part of the panel discussion with Dan from the internet, who's a leftist and has no idea what he was talking about. One of the few things we were able to talk about is this is the media is trying to fill this. They're trying to convince the public of this political agenda that says that orange man bad. Everything must boil down to orange man bad. And they don't care if they have to make up the stories, if they have to ignore the truth, if they have to change the facts. They don't care because they have an agenda, and that agenda is more important than the truth or the public. It's kind of sad. Oh, hey. Let me stop. Because John just came in with the super chat for $4.99. Thank you, John. I am sorry I didn't notice that a little bit sooner. That is on me. I missed it by about 3 minutes. Thank you, John, for that super chat. And you, too, can provide a super chat, or you can be on Rumble and do a Rumble rant, or however you wish. We appreciate this so much. Thank you, John. John had said, now after Joel, John had said that he's okay with sending prisoners to other countries. I'm sure there is a missed opportunity here that he's just not looking at. So, yes, we can. To follow up on your point, and again, thank you, John. We appreciate your support for the channel and for what we do and having the conversations that we're having right now. We thank you so much for that. And we thank all of our audience for watching the program, whether it's 5 minutes or 5 hours. But we especially thank those who go above and beyond and are able to support us with a super chat or RumbleRant, becoming part of our Patreon, which is just $1.50 a month. Or if you decide, if you choose to, you can go to our PayPal, make a direct payment. But yes, and the Patreon is just $1.50 a month. That's it. That's the only Patreon I have. No higher tiers, just $1.50 a month, less than a cup of coffee. But to finish up the thought that you brought up here, and I think that kind of plays into what we're talking about with what's happening with Flynn. It kind of goes into what we were talking about with Kuwait. There are better options. I'm not saying that the Trump administration can't make a better deal. I'm saying we don't need to, because we don't have that obligation. The impetus for having a better situation is on that home country, whatever home country that may be. It could be Brazil, it could be Angola, it could be South Africa, it could be Laos. Doesn't matter. It's on them to say, give us back our people. It's not like the American government saying, we're not going to give you your people. We're going to put them in the worst prison we can possibly find. That's not what's happening. That's the feeling that the mainstream media wants you to have. That, oh my God, Trump's just trying to kill these people. No, he's not. We are in negotiations. Remember how we were having, I believe it was it Bolivia or Brazil, that didn't want their people back. The Trump administration said, well, we're going to put them in a jail. We're going to put them somewhere not on U.S. soil. So you can have your people or they're going to be in a prison. It's your choice. And then the government, the foreign government, changed their, I believe it was Brazil, changed their opinion and said, oh, you know what? No, we do want our people. Put them on a plane, we'll take them. And so the Trump administration put them on a plane and took them and let them go. Because we don't care. They're not ours. So you're not wrong, John. These countries could make a better deal for their people. They don't want them. And that makes me believe that they know the people that we have caught as illegal aliens, many of them, not all, but many of them, at least some of them, are undesirable. They're criminals. These are people with mental issues. These are sex offenders, drug dealers, drug addicts. They know they have damaged people that they have sent to America or allowed to go to America to offload that burden from their home nation. They don't want that burden back. So they don't care if they're being sent to, they don't care if they go to Rwanda, they could go to a gulag in Russia. They don't care. They don't want them. But just because their home country doesn't want them doesn't mean that we, as America, must therefore take them in and support them. We don't have that obligation. Not legally, not morally. There is no obligation. The left wants you to feel like there's a moral obligation. There isn't. We didn't invite them. Just because they're there doesn't mean we have to do something. But thank you again. Okay, folks. So we're quickly approaching the 2-hour mark. Now, let me mention that right about 2 hours into the show, we normally take a break. Now, this is usually where we finish our international conversation, as we just have, and we start talking more about domestic issues, about what's happening in America and how it's affecting the rest of the world. And we make that transition in an interesting way, because it's right about now that I take my puppy out and give him a walk. My puppy, his name is Khan, which is short of Genghis Khan. That's right. And you guys have seen my terrifying dog. He's a Scotty Bichon mix. Weighs all of 20 pounds. He's 14 years old. I love him dearly. He is a pain at times, but I love him dearly. And his full name is Genghis Khan. And I take Khan out for a walk because he's 14 years old. And so we usually take about 45 minutes to walk around, and then we come back. That gives you a chance to go out. You can get something to eat, check the sports ball scores, you can have a cigarette, you can get some coffee, whatever you need to do to unwind. And for those who have joined into the program a little bit late, gives them a chance to put it on 1.5 times speed or 1.2 times speed and try and catch up to what we've covered already. And then we come back and we go on with the show. During the break, I will be playing, very often I play a speech or an event or a previous show that we have done so that you have something to also be entertained with, but also is very often relevant to what we're talking about on that given day. And we're going to be doing that shortly because I just heard my puppy. It's about 4:30, so we're going to be doing this in just a few moments. And I'm going to play the conversation about the 100 days of the Trump administration. Now, just to let you know, the problem with that show wasn't talking about the Trump administration. The plan was that Larry Sharpe, a libertarian, was going to have me, a Republican, on his program with a leftist, which wound up being Dan from the internet, a guy from formerly of the Young Turks. That's his claim to fame. He was an intern with the Young Turks. That's his claim to fame. And he was going to come on, and we were going to talk about the highs and the lows of the Trump administration's first 100 days. The scandals, the problems, the success, the overall impact on the American people. That was the goal. 2 hours of people talking about it from the right, the left, and the libertarian point of view. That's what we were supposed to do. That isn't what happened. And it wasn't because Larry Sharpe wasn't prepared. It wasn't because I wasn't prepared. I had 35 different subjects, good and bad, for the Trump administration over the first 100 days. 35 different aspects of what had happened to America and the world over the last 100 days because of the Trump administration. Some of them good, some of them bad, some of them mixed. We're going to have that conversation. I was fully happy to defend what I believed were the good things and the bad things and the way that they are impacting America. And I was more than happy to balance that against whatever Larry, a libertarian, would have to say, and also whatever the left would say. Larry was prepared. Somehow the left wasn't. Somehow the left only wanted to talk about the left, talk about, feelings. That's it. Dan from the internet wanted to feel like he was the smartest person in the room. He didn't care what anyone else thought. He didn't care that we weren't talking about the topic. He didn't care that he couldn't support the leftist ideology. He didn't care that it was a disservice to his own viewers. He didn't care that he was letting down potential new viewers to his channel. He just cared that everyone knew that he was arrogant and that he thought that he is the smartest person in the room, even though he isn't the most experienced person. He's not the most wise person. He doesn't have the most knowledge. He wasn't even the most prepared person. He was just the most arrogant person. And that's kind of sad, because he missed an opportunity to defend his point of view. It's not that I say that he would have been better or worse. No, he could have defended his point of view. Even if there was one issue, maybe it was a dozen, to explain why his ideology, the progressive socialist ideology, was better for America than what we're doing in Trump's administration right now. He had the chance to stand up in front of everyone and say, no, Mike, you don't understand. This is how America could have been better off. This is where Trump screwed up. He could have done that and made his case. And he didn't. Which tells me he didn't have a case. He knew he was wrong. He wasn't even trying to defend his ideology, his point of view. The answer was he felt like he was the smartest guy in the room. He felt that Trump is a bad person. And that's all he needed. He has his feelings, and that's all he wanted to talk about. I'm bringing this up because when we get back from the break, a very important conversation came out of that live stream with Dan. A very important conversation that I had with a lawyer in the comments that I think is very important. And I'm going to review that with you guys when we get back because I think it's absolutely critical. Absolutely critical. But until then, where is it? Bear with me because my computer is acting up. We are going to... I have it here. Where is it? There it is. Okay. So, by the way, folks, if you have not, please like, share, subscribe. If you're finding this interesting, entertaining, informative, please like, share, subscribe. If you wish, you can be like John and you can also have a super chat so we can have a discussion about whatever you're talking about, or you can do a Rumble rant and we'll be happy to go over it that way. But what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to walk my dog. That'll give you guys a chance to...
No matter what. Even when he pisses Trump off.
Stop. There we go. This is going to give you a chance to go and go to the bathroom, get something to eat, whatever you guys need to do. So bear with me. Come on, Sun Machine. It's running slow right now. Okay. So I'm going to put this on. Oh, wait a minute. Joel says, I like the long video format you put out. I watch videos as I read or play video games. Most channels chop up their comment into 5 to 10 minute clips. I don't want to keep starting a new video. Thanks. Well, because it's not, many of these things are very connected and it takes more than 5 to 10 minutes sometimes to just explain the background of what's affecting us right now. So there's that too. But thank you for the compliment, Joel. I thank you very much for that. So I'm going to play this, and then when we get back, I will go into the comment, which has big implications for America in terms of legality, because we're going to talk about deporting American citizens. That's going to be important. We're going to talk about the American economy. We're going to talk about deporting American citizens. We're going to talk about the future of America under Trump and the 2026 election, the 2028 election. We're going to talk about a few things when we get back. But to give us some frame of reference about the last 100 days, what we could have been talking about is very much like the news media. There's things that the public were talking about. That's me and Larry. The public are me and Larry in this scenario. And then the news media, well, that's Dan from the internet. And you'll see what I mean. And then we'll be back. Let's see, it's 4:45. So we'll be back at 5:30. We'll be back at 5:30, and you can watch this until then. And boom.
To the Shortwave Show. So happy to have you with me this evening. Yes, it is a little bit past 7 p.m. on the East Coast. And today is the 100th day of Trump. Yes, today is the 100th day of Trump. Very happy that that's happened because now we have something to measure him against directly. The 100th day, he had said that he would have a great 100th day. He told us that we would have a golden age. Let's see if we have. I brought together with me tonight two people who have been on this show before, two people who I think will have different views, I would say, on the Trump 100 days. I hope it'll be very interesting. First off, our returning champion, the man himself, the dragon of the Southern Tier, the man, the myth, the legend, Michael Voss. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well. And one slight correction to start off with, it's the way people count. Today would actually be 101 days of the Trump administration. Yesterday was the 100th. It depends on if you count the 20th or the 21st of January. So people get it mixed up a little bit, but it's officially 101 days.
All right. I'm going to say 100 because it makes me look good. So I'm going to say 100 because of that. So that's what I'm just going to say. And our other returning champion, the man, the myth, legend himself, he is the one and only Dan from the internet. How are you, sir?
Hello, humans. And not to, do the taboo thing against the host, but I will agree with my soon-to-be debate partner, Michael, here, that I will say it's the 101st day. So, hopefully this will be one of many agreements we have later on the show.
See that?
But I agree with your math.
We'll see.
I agree with your math.
We're starting off on a very positive note already. I love it. I feel the love. It's amazing. So I gotta say, I was, when Trump came aboard, I was skeptical, but I was kind of positive. Like, I wanted him to be successful. I really did. I was the same way when Biden came aboard. I wanted Biden to be successful. I do not think Biden was successful, but I did want him to be successful. And when Trump came aboard, I want him to be successful too. I feel like if our president's successful, that we are. So I was very open to him being successful. I was skeptical and concerned, particularly with his immigration. I was very worried about immigration. I was very worried about that piece. Michael, you and I talked about this. I was very worried about that. I was super worried about tariffs. I was like, this does not look good at all. But you know what? Maybe he's got some magical plan I don't know about. Let me make some assumptions here. So why don't we touch with what I think was maybe his most important one, was immigration.
Well, before we start that, there is something I want to remind everyone.
Okay, go ahead.
As we can all see right now, none of us are in chains. Women are not stuck in the kitchen or barefoot. World War III hasn't started because of the United States. And everyone, all American citizens, can continue to vote. No rights have been changed. Amazingly, unlike the promises we were told in 2024, nothing has changed for American citizens. All of the doom, the gloom, and the devastation we were absolutely promised day one from the left didn't happen. I think we should acknowledge that.
Well, it's
respectfully, I disagree.
Well, let me go 1 point, Dan, but I'll give you a shot. 1 point. The point I'll bring up is the mainstream left media. I should left. That's wrong. The mainstream corporate media. Maybe that's a better way of saying it. The mainstream corporate media told us that we were going to have no more elections, that he was going to be a king, that we were going to lose our rights, that women and gay people would have no rights. They did tell us all that stuff, and they were wrong. That's true. But Trump didn't say that, and Harris didn't say that. So the campaigns didn't say that, but the mainstream media did. Go ahead, Dan.
Well, first of all, let me just make it clear that I do not represent the so-called mainstream media that you describe. I think if you watch the Power Report, I'll just like framing what Larry Sharp was saying. I don't represent, I'm not the MSNBC left. I'm not even the Hassan Piker Majority Report sort of left, right? Like, I am my own thing. I don't like the labels. I appreciate y'all for having me in this space. Secondly, I just completely reject this whole idea of, I want to argue on the issues, and I understand that I'm fundamentally outnumbered in the fact that I am a left of center voice on this show that is full of my wonderful libertarian and right of center friends who are joining me on here, because I think we have a lot of fundamental agreements with when it comes to policy. I think that once it comes to partisanship, we start to be a little bit iffy here. So I can expand on that for a little bit while, but I just fundamentally disagree with a lot of your assertions on the last sentence basic level, that rights haven't been lost, that women and LGBTQ plus folks don't feel less represented within the federal government, that
hold on, let me touch that piece if I could.
Well, last thing is many of the I fundamentally believe, let me just put this out as my thesis statement. That's this argument that I think obviously I'm a leftist. Like everyone in your audience is going to put me on that, but I think if you are a full-blooded libertarian like Larry Sharpe, if you're a common sense person like I would like to believe Michael Vass is, that you will not like the trouble.
That's not true. That's not true.
That's backhanded compliment. Thank you.
Yeah, but no, look, let me touch a couple of those pieces. One, Dan, you know my audience. I have lefties in this audience who support you every time you come on the show. So they do. So this is not crazy libertarian audience. There's a lot of libertarians in my audience. I will say they're also
in my stream as well. So
there we go.
Yes. You know, it's hard to delineate a YouTube audience for like what is representative in any sort of direction.
We do share some audience members. We do. We share,
which I appreciate.
Yes. So that's one. Second piece is I wasn't saying you were that. I was talking mainstream. I was talking the mainstream. And it was very specific. I was not saying you at all, just for clarity. And
be careful what you define as mainstream, because everyone defines it differently.
I will tell you what I define mainstream as, so we know. Mainstream is legacy media. That is how I define mainstream, legacy media, meaning
it's legacy. Go ahead.
The TV shows that you could watch on ABC, NBC, CBS, those, as well as cable news and their internet offshoots. That is how I define
Fox
mainstream.
News legacy media.
Yes.
100%. Yes, it is. Yes. Fox News, MSNBC, CNN. That's how I define it. So if I'm saying that, that is how I'm defining it. So there's clarity on that. And I don't see any of you as being Fox News or MSNBC people. I don't see either of you being that. So just for clarity. So, all right. So let me move on though. But the point you brought up, Dan, I agree with you in that people feel different. The question is it real? I know for sure, I know a lot of people in New York City who feel terrible about this, and they do feel less than, and they do feel less represented, and they hate the fact that DEI is gone. I agree with if the emotions are true. Is it real though? Have they actually lost something? That's my question to you, Dan. Have they actually lost, or is it just feelings?
Can I jump in before you answer that?
Yeah, please, Michael, jump in.
Go.
Okay. Perhaps on the left, where feelings are far more emphasized than fact or what I would consider rational thought, there may be people who feel that way. There is no evidence. There is no empirical evidence. There is no data. There is nothing in legislation. It doesn't exist. And I can tell you that in my experiences with people on the right and the majority in the center, we're talking about the independents, people who aren't in any party, whether it be third party or otherwise, have been the same conclusion that no American citizens have lost any rights whatsoever. And they don't base that on their feeling. They base that on their experience, which I think is far more credible because feelings change every 5 minutes.
Go, Dan.
But your response, Dan.
No, I appreciate your sort of like convenient framing of like facts over feelings. It's very 2017 of you. I really think you're doing your best, honestly. But like, the issue is that like you are weirdly doing this sort of like moving the goalposts of like.
Don't tell me what I'm doing, please. Please don't tell me what I'm doing.
Okay.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
How I perceive what you're doing is moving the goalposts between an American citizen versus what a legal permanent resident is. Because again, I would like to define the situation. I'm obviously going to be on the losing side here, but I think that libertarians and my like Larry Sharpe and my group on the left of center in the United States, I think that we are actually very aligned in this case. Because if you're going to say like people like Mahmoud Khalil are going to be deported or, sent extrajudiciously using things that were done during the Republican Bush administration. I'm not going to lie and tell you like, Donald Trump is some like super unique sort of figure. This groundwork has been laid out and these libertarian principles have been violated since the Bush administration. So Republicans and Democrats have done this both very similarly, right? So like what I'm trying to say is that if you are saying from a freedom, liberty, libertarian, free speech sort of perspective, these things are fundamental to both libertarian theology, I think progressive ideology, and American ideology. If you think these things are truly principled, then you are not going to look at someone who has stood to, a more moderate stance than voices like Jewish Voice for Peace against the ongoing, atrocity that is going on in Gaza through
hold on.
the Israeli regime.
Hold on.
Like,
before Michael, hold on.
So like,
Mike,
the fact that Trump administration is violating the rights of people who are protesting against that.
Okay, before you go on the high horse of that moral high ground, let's hear.
Oh, am I right? Am I right?
No, you're not.
Chill.
Go ahead.
1 second. Chill for a second. Here. What I want to touch is, Dan, there's two separate pieces though here. And one is what Trump is doing or the administration has been doing, is it righteous based upon someone's moral or someone's political views? And or two separate things, is he being successful in what he wanted to achieve? Now, to be forward with you, I hate the fact that that guy was removed. I hate the fact that he was arrested and disappeared. I'm with you. I think it was fucking terrible. I can't stand it, and I never did, and I said it publicly. I'm with you on that. And also, in that case, I am also in the minority. To be forward, most Americans either don't care, option one, or are glad they don't care. So if I'm part of Trump administration, that's not a loss. That's a win. If I'm part of Trump administration, if I'm a Trump supporter, that's a win. That is the success, even though you and I may disagree with that. Does that make sense, Dan?
Please cite the source you're using, because I've seen, at least two sources just in the past couple of days that show that Trump is polling negatively on immigration compared to when he first started the administration, which is wild, not just for Donald Trump, but for any Republican president since George W. Bush.
Okay,
that's a recent change. When our guy was put away, America was still all on for Trump.
I will also say that any poll you're reading right now, just really fast, like Michael, I really want to hear your thoughts, but really fast. Any poll you're reading today at time of recording, this is the 30th of April, 2025, right? Like, anytime you are listening to a poll that we're talking about right now is a lagging indicator.
Of course.
That means that it was 10 or 15.
That's good.
I know everyone on screen knows this, but like I want people who are listening to this understand.
It's a week away. They posted within a week. It's a week out.
It's not like it's ancient history. We're talking about recent history. This is literally ongoing news.
When you have Trump officials who are talking about flooding the zone, talking about overwhelming the media atmosphere, and so it's very difficult for people to understand what's going on, then you have to talk about leading indicators, 1 week, 15 days, whatever. Like, it's very important.
My question is Michael, not so much. The timing is, everyone understands the nature of a poll, that it's not instantaneous. I think that's pretty clear to anyone, unless it's an internet poll.
I think a lot of people don't understand this, but I'll let you know.
Okay, maybe in your audiences or people you speak to, but everyone else understands polls are delayed. They're a reaction in time. But more importantly, again, your audience may be different than the audiences in general, but that's fine. Now, to address some of the, Khalil was addressed correctly because of the law. And this is something that's in law for over 100 years. You don't like it. Okay, don't care.
Correct.
Feelings don't matter. Feelings are, again, feelings are fleeting. I don't care.
But that was Executive Order 6066 that blocked. That was Executive Order 6066. If you're talking about this,
did I interrupt you? Did I interrupt you?
You didn't. I don't care about
no. Let me finish my statement. Don't talk over me. Don't interrupt me, Dan. Do not interrupt me, Dan.
Let him talk.
Go ahead.
Let him. Then you can call it bullshit. Let him finish. Then call it bullshit. Let's let him finish. Go ahead.
You have no idea where I'm going with it, and you're trying to throw me off of track, and you're trying to get me an emotional reaction from me.
Just go. Just go. Say your piece.
So let me go on. So this is established law, and much like we've seen over the last 100 days, the Trump administration has fallen upon existing law. They are actually enforcing law. What is the shock for many people, especially those who are not right of center? The thing that's shocking to them is that no one has been enforcing law in the last 30-ish years. And so this is surprising to them, especially the way the media has represented this information. If we're talking about how if we're talking about polling, and that's kind of important, let's also remember that most recently there were about 900 news stories from the day Trump got in until approximately April 10th. Of those 900 news stories on ABC, CBS, NBC, nightly news, there was only 10% that were actually positive stories. We're talking about less than 90 out of 900 news stories that were negative. So that changes the framework of any and every poll and also what we're seeing. But even with that, looking at the national approval for Donald Trump, looking at his overall 100 days, what we see if we actually look at the polling and the data long-term trend, not any one individual poll, which may be manipulated, which may have all kinds of errors, but looking at the trend, Trump is actually trending higher today than he was in the first 100 days of his 45th presidency.
Name your source.
And he
name
is...
your sources, actually.
Excuse me?
He's asking for your sources, Mike.
My source is Real Clear Politics, looking at the poll, the standard of all major polls.
Okay, but like what you just said was that aggregates of polls could obscure what is really happening.
I'm saying
you're
the
saying
trend.
That the RCP
no, okay.
So you're saying that the trend, which is the aggregate.
No. What I said was that we are looking at the trend. I didn't say any one individual poll, because again, I don't look at individual polls. I look at trends of polls to take out any one poll that may be misaligned or purposefully targeting a specific type of answer. And in that trend, we see that Trump is higher at 45 aggregate, 45% approval versus where he was back 100 days, and his 45th presidency was 43%. That's because he has, when he decided that some of these visa holders have disrespected the United States and pose a danger to the stability of the society of the United States, and has fully the right as the president, as the executive, to remove their privilege to be in our nation, then yes, the American people did agree with that. And largely, he is in line with what we have seen historically, and he is in line with where he has been recently.
The difference is that the trend is recently is going down. I think that is true right now. He is heading down. The second piece is, I think it's obvious, and I think it's obvious that most Americans were absolutely happy with the idea of throwing people out of the country who they deemed as criminals. The problem is, who's an actual criminal? Now, most people on the right that I know say by default, if you came here illegally, you are by default a criminal, therefore throw them all out. But I think most Americans don't think that. Most Americans think you're a criminal if you have broken the law once you got here. I think that distinction is how most Americans feel, which is why when guys like the guy from Colombia and that other guy was removed, Americans started saying, wait a minute, this is not what I agreed to. I agree to the guys that I say is a criminal, which is the people who are like committing crimes, not criminals because they're here.
So to clarify, you're saying that the way people look at someone like Kilmar Abrego Garcia, everyone's perfectly behind that because he is a criminal, and he's been deported.
Based on what evidence?
He illegally entered the United States without authorization or documentation.
And that's what I just said. Most Americans do not think that's a criminal. Most, I know the right does.
It's not only that, but there was a judge who processed the deportation thing and said that Abrego Garcia was allowed to stay in the country, and was specifically,
that was the third judge.
If in the event that he was to be deported, because that was, made clear by the judge that you were citing, he is not to be deported to El Salvador. The Trump administration deported him directly to El Salvador. Are you going to dispute those facts? Are you going to dispute
clarify the facts?
I think your audience is so much smart. You talked quite a lot, and I'm going to talk very little uncharacteristically of me. All right, but
we'll see.
I think your audience is smart enough to be able to search that, not just on Chat GPT or these like weird bias things, but just do the proper research.
Don't edit
figure
my
out
comment.
whether no. I'm making my own comment. God damn it. I think that your audience is smart enough to see through what Michael is spinning to you right now.
Well, see, now
that is why the majority.
That's the third time you've insulted me.
I'm gonna finish.
Ben, that's the third time you've insulted me. I'm going to react to that soon.
That's the third of many. You can react to it very soon. All right. So like, I just want you to know that like, you can look this up. You can figure out who is telling the truth and who is giving you spin. And I leave it up to your audience because I think they're smarter than apparently Michael does.
Well, you wouldn't know what my intelligence is because you know nothing about me. But
I didn't say nothing about your intelligence. I talked about your audience because you talked about my audience earlier.
My intelligence.
You talked about my audience.
You wanted, wait a minute. You made your statement. Okay. Now I'm making mine. No, stop. Stop. I'm making my statement.
Don't do that, Dan. Don't do that. Come on.
You attacked me. I am going to respond. First of all, you're making a very great effort to attack my character and my intelligence and my positions without knowing what any of them are, without knowing anything about me. And that is a classic means of trying to discredit my position because your position is
amazing,
weak.
as though I haven't heard you yap on
again,
for like 10 minutes
I'm
already.
speaking. I allowed you to speak. Allow me to speak. Now,
that's all I said.
It doesn't matter what you say. Stop speaking.
Go, Mike, talk.
Now, beyond that little tirade, what I was about to try and say is you had made an omission because there is more in context in Kilmar Obrego Garcia that needs to be considered. The first thing is that there were 2 immigration judges initially, I believe it was in 2012, that determined that Mr. Garcia was deportable. And they both identified him, along with the police, as a member of MS-13. Then, after being caught, after getting duly processed, he had gone through the process, and he was deportable. He then took the option that was available due to leftist ideology to say, I'm seeking asylum because his criminality, a member of the gang, was the cause of his need to not go back to his home country. But that is not our obligation as the United States. He was sent back to his home country to resolve the issues he has in his home country, and that's fine. And that's where most Americans are on that issue. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
What I got to come here is to be very forward. The average American doesn't care about any of that. The average American says, this doesn't feel right to me. It feels like this guy's not a criminal as I deem criminals, whatever that is. That's how most Americans think. And therefore, I don't like the fact that he's getting deported. And I see his wife crying on TV, talking about their kids. I don't like that. This guy seems like a nice guy to me. I don't know. Is he really a bad guy? Then they see the knuckle tattoos and go, oh, that's BS. That's not real. That can't be a real thing. People think that. So I actually don't know, to be very full with you, whether this guy's actually a criminal or not. I don't know. And I would bet that most Americans also don't actually know. The question is, what we wanted, and I think most Americans did, maybe Dan would disagree with this, but I think most Americans wanted Holman to go through, pull the people who were criminals and throw them out of the country and leave the working people alone. I think most Americans wanted that. Now, many people on the right don't. Many people on the right want everybody gone. I completely agree. If you're illegal, you got to go. And my point is, and this goes to my point to you, Dan, you're saying you don't like it and therefore it's wrong. I'm saying if you're a Republican, you're kind of getting what you wanted, right? Isn't that a win, right? If say someone who was more left had won and they were, say, putting in Medicare for all as an example, wouldn't guys like Mike say this sucks and it's terrible? But you would say they're doing a great job because they're doing what you wanted them to do because they won the election. So do you see my distinction, Dan?
I think I'm seeing your distinction. And, I'm sorry if it seems like I've been attacking you, Michael. You bring smoke. I got it. Like, I'm from LA. That's how it comes from. But like, I'm not going to hit you on this. All right. Like, I ultimately feel that, you mentioned, healthcare for all. Bernie Sanders just for like the umpteenth time introduced a Medicare for all bill, I think just today or like, yesterday in the Senate because I mean, I'm not going to evoke any sort of opinions here, but the reason why a lot of right-wingers caught a lot of flack when they were saying that what, Luigi Mangione allegedly did to the healthcare CEO, the reason that we're saying that was bad, a lot of right wingers caught flack for that because a lot of American people, whether you're left, right, center, whatever jurisdiction, Larry knows I don't believe in the two party sort of like bipartisan sort of like thing. I think there's at least 5 parties in American society, much more like Canada. But either way, there are people on every part of the political spectrum who have been hurt by this American healthcare system. I've lived outside the American healthcare system, and I think it fundamentally needs to be changed. And I think that, this is not an attack on you, but I think that the standard Republican opinion that the status quo is correct just flies against many far more capitalist countries that we live among and do trade among, like Singapore, and have more universal systems, right?
I'm not saying you're wrong in anything you just said. What I'm saying is that isn't what Trump ran on, though. Trump didn't run on any of that. That wasn't really on the ballot. I mean, people care about it, but that really wasn't on the ballot last year, right? That wasn't his big thing. He was like, whatevs.
So you're correct. I'm sorry, Michael. Larry knows I tend to talk a lot. Any of my fans who know I tend to talk a lot. So I'm gonna try to kind of tone it down here. But I have not been one on my own show, on Larry's show, on any other show to argue as though I am in agreement with what the Democratic Party did. I think the Democratic Party should have had a more open primary 100%. Because I think Kamala 100%. Harris, I have some respect for her. I have a lot of things that I don't like about her. I think she would have gotten mollywopped if the Democrats had a proper primary. It's the same thing where you have like Jerry Connolly, I call him geriatric Connolly, had to step down from his position, a position that should have belonged to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, but Jerry Connolly was given because he had seniority, and the Democratic Party, from the city level to the state level to the country level, runs on seniority. The Republican Party runs on like raw power and corruption. And so like these are the two big fires I'm fighting. And of course, like I'm more on the third party libertarian, democratic socialist, get out of the system type of side than either the left or the right. But, when to the quick point of like, is Donald Trump doing what the base wanted? I think that Donald no. I think that
I'm saying that's the question. Yes, that's the question is what I meant. Sorry.
Yes. Again, sorry, long-winded Dan here. I really want Michael to talk. But I think that Donald Trump did the classic playbook of promising a lot of grievance politics to his voters to say like, oh, trans people are the reason why your egg prices are high. Like all these different incorrect thing, like, the people who are picking the fruits and vegetables in the state I live in, California, are the reason that you're not able to get a job because Americans would pick fruits and vegetables in California in the desert sun, right? Like we have these. One last sentence, I promise, right? Like I think that Donald Trump, and we're seeing this in Canada, we're seeing this through the rest of the world's opinion. I think that Donald Trump promised a lot of things that were wedge issues, were scapegoat issues that are actually not affected to the people who are actually alive. And when you look at cutting government jobs, when you look at the tariffs, these are things that are actually going to hurt Trump's voters. End of sentence.
Okay, but let me do what Sarah brings up a very point. She says, I think Trump has stayed committed to his campaign promises. Yes. But has hit establishment walls in every direction. Yes. He's making deals to keep his campaign promises.
Yes.
He has to pay off those deals, right?
Yes.
But is that what the bar is? Like, honestly, like, is the bar?
I think it is. Yes. I do. I think that is. I think the idea, Dan, I think that most people would agree with this. That if a candidate says, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z, and then they get into office, they should do X, Y, and Z. I mean, whatever that is, right? One of the reasons why I'm so upset with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, she's my congressperson, is she has done almost nothing until just recently that she actually said she was going to do. She backed out in almost every case. And I expected her to be more like a Thomas Massie. Again, you may disagree with Thomas Massie, but Massie sticks to his guns no matter what, even when he pisses Trump off. Trump got mad at him the other day, called him out by name, got mad at him, right? But he sticks to his guns. AOC didn't do that. So I do, and again, I think that that is the bar, Dan, in my view. If a
AOC has,
X,
along with Bernie
and then he
Sanders,
does-
grabbed crowds that are unseen in off election years. So
Yeah,
like
by Democrats.
I need to no, period.
Agreed.
Like look at the
I
Utah
agree.
numbers, look at the Idaho numbers, like period.
They're
End of
huge.
Trump
story.
numbers.
Like
Look at
agreed.
Trump's numbers. But can I respond?
And Trump's numbers are bitch made.
wait a
Like you know, I want you
Can I
to
respond?
respond, but I just want to say that like to that, like I really want to look into what Larry Sharp was talking about because I respect the fact that you're in the district and you understand certain things. But like I think there's a lot of cherry picking going on where you're like, oh, Trump said he'd do this and he'd do this. When I'm like material conditions, Trump said he would lower prices for certain things, prices are higher. And like,
Okay.
you know, no, it's not cherry picking, it's what he
Hold on.
ran on.
Dan, let Mike talk. Dan, let Mike talk. Mike, go.
Absolutely.
So one, that was cherry picking. And according to Politico, who did do a review of the top 100 days of Trump's administration, while there are many promises that are still yet to be determined because they're either in action or haven't taken place yet, but that doesn't mean he isn't going to do them. We have seen that there's only 3 promises that he's made that actually seem to be broken. One of them being taking down prices of groceries in the first day, which of course was a political exaggeration. Everyone knew that. That was logical because these things don't move overnight. But yet again, he did make the promise and it did not come true. So everyone
Typical cop out. It's happened a lot with conservatives over the time. But
and
go ahead.
moving on, what we have to look at here, and it's a little difficult because you throw in a bunch of different topics, so it loses track a little bit. But looking at the promises of Trump, he was voted specifically by both Democrats and independents, as well as Republicans, and everyone else who voted in America, the majority of them, to actually live up to the campaign promises that he made. He's one of the first presidents to do that.
Majority of Americans didn't vote.
Can I finish my statement?
I'm just fact checking you.
No. Can I finish my statement?
After that, yes.
No. Can I finish my statement?
In the future, Dan, take notes and say whatever you think is wrong after he's done talking. It's fine.
No. It's not fine because he's lying to your face and it's worth the fact checking. But you know what? Continue.
I'm trying my very best to complete a statement with the same track of mind. And I understand the distracting tactics. And I think the audience can see that.
Listen, use the same tactics you think I'm using. I can take them.
You are using them, but that's besides the point. The point is that these are the things that Trump promised. He is doing it. He has increased the amount of transparency within the government. Whether that is good for the left or not is immaterial to the fact that this is what was promised and this is what is being done. And we saw that because immediately after Trump took office, we heard for a couple of weeks that the left was constantly, many of the elected officials were constantly saying, is this what you voted for? And the response from the general public on social media and in polling was, yes, that is exactly what they voted for. Yes, this is what we wanted to see. And for the most part, and this is the reason why we no longer hear from the left, pundits and elected officials alike, why they no longer say, oh, is this what you voted for? The answer is, yes, this is. Now, does that mean that every single aspect of every single detail is exactly the way people envisioned it? No, most people don't envision the political process because they don't know it. But in the terms of the broad strokes, yes, and that's why Trump does enjoy large support in almost everything that he is doing. And the left, while very vocal about the things they don't like, are not winning over the majority of American people because they are against everything that they have been standing for. The issues that they have been trumpeting are not what the American people wanted. They didn't want it in 2024. They don't want it in 2025. Now, substantively, again, there's 3 promises that he's broken. And the majority, according to Politico, which is a left-leaning organization, internationally credible, then Trump is...
It's not left-leaning, but go ahead.
An internationally credible news organization that has stated and gone through.
Cite your source.
You just did Politico.
Did you not hear it?
No. I said.
Do you not know what Politico is?
Cite your source that Politico is left wing. Because
he took that back and he said it was just he took it back and he said it's internationally credentialed. That's what he said, and that's true.
I didn't hear him say the words, I take back the
then you're not listening. You're not listening to me speaking. But besides,
I've listened to you speak for a long time, and trust me, I speak for a long time. So
he took it back, Dan. Let him keep talking. He took it back. Go ahead.
So trying to regain my train of thought, according to them and most of the analysis, even though it may be something that was undesired by the left, and the further left you go, the more vocal and more angry they are, the center and most of the nation, and this nation is still center-right overall, do agree and have been pleased overall. There are some hiccups, there are some questions, and we can address those. I'm more than happy to do so. But this is where America wants to be.
Let me do that. Let me then address that, right? I know Trump did say he was going to throw tariffs up. He said that he ran on tariffs. I didn't like it then. I don't like it now, but he did run on it. And he did throw the tariffs out. He did what he said. So that's successful. He said he was going to do it, and he did it. My worry is there's now a lot of people who are concerned about these tariffs. There's a lot of small businesses who are being affected by it. And right now, that was even back in the day. You go back in the day. You go back a couple of weeks already. That was already his least popular thing he was doing. Americans did not like the tariffs relative to all the things he did. They still don't like the tariffs now, and it's not looking good for the economy right now. Now, we can't be sure. He said in 90 days from April 2nd, he's going to have all these great deals, and everything's going to be awesome. And I'm prepared to give him the benefit of the doubt. All I'm saying is it's not looking good now, Mike. Am I wrong?
Slightly. And let me, again, what we're seeing, and this is very important to reflect back on the news media, the mainstream news media, overwhelmingly, and also many of the far left social media sites have been attacking nonstop, and they have been warping some of the expectations of the general public with a lot of fear mongering on the worst expectations. Now, as an example, when the tariffs were first being put up, and I do not dispute that there could have been a smoother transition or implementation process, that's fine. But that being said, what we heard from many on the left, many pundits, many news organizations internationally, that, oh my God, you're going to lose everything, that this is the beginning of the end. They were talking about America falling into a depression, which is unrealistic and very silly. As someone who has been a stockbroker for about a decade, who has dealt with financial markets and has gone through an economic turmoil before, including the dot-com crash, including 9/11, there's a very different perspective and actually a financial fiduciary responsibility not to fearmonger. But that's not good politically, because realistically, if you believe that America will exist in 5 years, then it isn't time to blanket sell everything and hide in a hole. Now,
all right, guys, I have to grab a couple of super chats if I can.
Please
Michael
do.
has two of them. He says, the problem with the two major parties is that it's two wolves arguing about how many sheep they're going to eat, while the sheep argue about which wolf they're going to vote for. That's not bad. I like that, Michael. That's a good one. Thank you for the 999. That's a good one. I like that one. Michael also says, thank you for 999. He says, my main concern with Trump is his lack of due process on his immigration crackdown. Yes, I agree with you 100% now, Michael. I'm with you. And the turfs, and he's threatened to deal. I'm not sure what that means. Oh, he means tariffs. I'm sorry. And the tariffs, and he threatens to deal to punish those who disagree with him. Yes, I agree with you. Those three things bother me too. The lack of due process on immigration, I agree. The tariffs, I hate them. I wish I'd never done them. And punishing those who disagree with them, that depends. Some of them I'm okay with, because some of them should be smacked around a bit. But I get your point.
Listen. I just want to say very quickly.
Go, Dan. Go, talk.
I promise.
No, talk.
If you look at the far left, like left of the Democratic Party, Bernie Sanders in the 1990s was speaking against the North American Free Trade Agreement, the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement. These are things that offshore American jobs that are the same things that Donald Trump is claiming. And you only have to look at, liberal, socialist, whatever you want to call me. You can look at Jerome Powell. You can look at conservative economists who are saying that, like, the way you want to accomplish Donald Trump's objectives is not the way he's doing it right now. But there are people who have been arguing in the political space who happen to be a little bit to the left of you, who have been arguing this, and libertarians as well. I'll give the libertarians some credit as well, right? Like NAFTA, US, Mexico, Canada, these agreements that ultimately offshore American jobs are only good for corporations, the 1%, the 5%, the people at the top. And anyone who's lying to you and telling you that, like, oh no, you'll be the people at the top one day. You just need to, send 100, 1,000, 100,000 more jobs overseas, then you'll be at the top. They're lying to you. They're screwing you. And I think there's something, I just want to say, last sentence, there's something outside the left-right paradigm that Larry Sharpe really accurately gets here. In some ways, not always others, but there's something outside this left-right paradigm, and something outside this left-right paradigm that's against these trade deals that offshore jobs. That's something that we can all agree on, I think.
So people are teasing you for eating, Dan, and I want to defend Dan. Dan's on West Coast times. He's on West Coast time. He got home from work. He's coming here. He didn't go to dinner. He's got to eat. So don't mess with Dan. Let him eat. Let the man eat. He came. He showed up.
Listen, I have no hate for anyone who, disrespects me eating. I just want to say that to me, this is like a dinner table where you can have some family members who disagree.
Yes.
And sometimes I'm going to be eating some falafel, and it's all good.
Let the man eat. It's fine. Don't worry. Sarah has a question for you, Dan, though. Her question. Thank you for $10, Sarah. She says, Dan, lifelong extreme liberal here who feels like the left me. I literally have a favorite chicken named Kamala. I met her back in San Francisco in 2006. Explain to me why someone like me should come back. And before you answer, Dan, there are a bunch of people here who are part of this show, who are part of the audience, who are similar to Sarah, who felt like Democratic Party walked away from them and they kind of went to RFK, or they went to Independent, or some of them went to the Green Party. They went someplace else because they felt like that the Democratic Party has walked away. So please go ahead and answer. I just want to give you that background.
Well, totally. I appreciate that background. First of all, I want to say to everyone in the audience who says, and including probably Michael, this is my only attack on you, but I think you'll probably agree with me. Everyone who says that I'm a smug asshole, you're right. Like, I totally take that. Yeah,
I agree.
I totally take that. Michael, like, this is the second time you and I agree on this show. I told you we would get to progress. I told you it would happen. Like this is all of it. But second of all, like, I agree with you, right? Like, I was maybe, I'm not going to date either myself or the fine gentleman on the other side of the panel here, but I started in politics pretty, very center left Democrat. And I started to realize very early on, like, where I was in politics, the values that I stood for, the belief that, like, everyone, understands things, like everyone should have the same sort of rights on things. Like, Michael, I know you want to talk. Like,
no, I have a question. I just have a question.
Give me 30 more seconds and I will let you answer your question. I promise I'll answer. But, like, I realized very early on that the way I was coming into politics, again, I was a young person, the Democratic Party was not, it's not that they left where I was, but they were just never representative of where I was. And my understanding of politics just, like, needed to evolve a little bit more. And I needed to, like, look into those different things. And so I learned that this is kind of why I got attracted to the Larry Sharpe sort of, like, not just libertarian, but also left, like, very far left democratic socialist sort of part of media, is that, like, my politics is not necessarily represented in the American two-party system, and that's totally fine. And there's still power that we can build in that. Michael, I want to hear your question.
Yeah, I have no problem with anyone's political. It's America. You can be a democratic socialist if you wish to be. There are communists in America. That's fine. True. I just want to make sure everyone's voice can be heard. And when we talk about the issues, we speak about the issues themselves. But my question to you was a point of reference, because you just said that you started off essentially center left, if I'm understanding clearly what you said. I'm summarizing slightly.
That's fair.
But I want to clarify, didn't you start with the Young Turks, TYT? That's where you got into politics. Which is relatively recently, at least compared to me. I've been alive for 57 years, and I've been dealing with politics for over 2 decades. So But recently, when you started off, you were with the Young Turks. And if that is correct with the start, they're not the center. They may be the center to many on the left, but they're not the center. They're far left of the center of America. So am I misunderstanding? Did you have a start somewhere other than the Young Turks?
Yeah. Thank you for framing that in a fairly decent way, but I will disagree with your framing. I started even to the center of that. Like I would say like Chris Matthews.
Okay. Yep.
Like
honestly, you were working with Chris Matthews.
I was not working with Chris Matthews, but if I'm talking about my political influences, like when I first started.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood. When you said you started, I assumed taking action, which would be the Young Turks. That's where you were actively involved in politics.
No,
actually,
I didn't know you
meant influences.
The very first time I worked in politics, like for a job, for a salary, was for a candidate who was an independent, actually, who was definitely a conservative. Okay. They were a political descendant of Condoleezza.
There's a dragon on the wire, breathing digital flames. No sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hey, everybody. Oops, there we go. I must have bumped my camera. There we go. Good to be back with you. That's right. This is No Sound Bites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, here in the Bronx, New York on May 4th. It's currently 5:32. We're back from our break. My puppy is taking a little bit of a nap. We went out, and of course, it started raining right on us. What a joy. I mean, lots of fun there. But he got to have his walk, and he feels a lot better now. I hope everyone had a chance to get something to eat, something to drink, go to the bathroom, have a cigarette, whatever it is that you did. And I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you for taking time to be here with us today. Yes, I do have my sound back on, so wanted to make sure. So what you were just watching during the break is a conversation about the 100 days of President Trump. And sadly, we really didn't talk about the 100 days of Donald Trump because, as you could see, Dan from the internet didn't want to talk about that because he couldn't win. And that was his goal, apparently. He wanted to win. He wanted to present his ideology, himself, as superior to everyone. That's why he was eating during the conversation. And I know some people will say, Larry was trying to be very nice to try and excuse that he was eating on screen in front of everyone. By the way, if Dan had to eat, he had the option to take his video camera off without leaving. He could have just turned off the camera for a second, ate some food, and put the camera back on. We see this in many panel discussions. When people are going to eat something, they often just turn off their camera. They'll have their mic still on. They'll eat. And this way, you, the audience, don't get to see them stuffing their mouth because it's disrespectful. It's rude and it looks bad. And so rather than do that, they'll turn off their camera, they'll eat something, they'll go on. Because obviously these things take a little time. Sometimes it's a little bit hard. Or you can just do what I do often, most Sundays. you don't eat. You just go through the show. It was only 2 hours long. You just go through the show and you eat after the show, or you eat before. He knew we were going to be doing the show on the 30th of April. He was well aware of the time frame, so he had plenty of time to schedule his day to make sure that he would have something to eat before he got on. He didn't care. And that's the essence of it. He didn't care about the audience. He didn't care about his co-panelists. He wasn't there to make a defense of the leftist positions or their ideology. He said he disagreed with me. The Young Turks are far left. He didn't agree that America is center right. These are facts. These have been detailed. These are internationally known facts. And he wanted to dispute them. But then he didn't argue his position. He just said, I don't agree. Well, who cares? That's your opinion. Okay, that's an opinion. Why do you think that? Why do you have a different opinion than what everyone else has? You think the leftist got a superior position because he's coming from a progressive socialist position. Why? What is it that makes you more correct than what all the American people have been seeing, what the world has been seeing? Where is your evidence? How do you get to the conclusion that you make? He didn't do that. And trust me, folks, it got much, much worse. It was so difficult to go through that entire experience. It's one of the worst experiences I've had. I have been on many left-leaning or all full-out leftist programs over the last 2 decades. I've been publicly speaking about politics, both as a candidate for Congress, as a candidate for the county legislature in Broome County, as a public speaker, and as a pundit. So I've been on left-leaning programs and far-left organizations. I've been at their rallies. I've spoken at many, many events. That has to be the actions of Dan from the internet were some of the most disrespectful actions I have seen in over 2 decades of doing political commentary. He did a disservice to the left. I really feel bad for his audience. I feel bad for progressives and leftists that were looking forward to having a fully throated, really deep, or at least superficial conversation about why Trump is Orange Man bad, how his administration has failed the American people. Dan couldn't make that argument. I don't know why people watch him. He's supposed to be political commentary, but he can't talk about politics. He can't talk about the current ongoing situation. I don't know why. But if you like him, fantastic. But I don't. Now, that being said, I want to segue for a second. Now, the reason why I showed that is going to be important in just a second. I just wanted to make a really quick sidebar, because while I was walking my dog, I was listening to some of the commentary about the Thunderbolts, the latest Marvel movie that just came out. And because I deal with politics all day, so sometimes when I'm walking my dog, I listen to other things. Yes, I do pay attention to movies and sci-fi. I'm into sci-fi a lot. So I was just being distracted as I walked my dog. And in the commentary about the Thunderbolts movie, it's implied, apparently, in that movie, that John Walker, the U.S. agent, he's based on a comic book character called the U.S. agent. He replaces Captain America when Captain America in the comic books retires, or in the Marvel movies because Captain America got old. Okay. And so he takes up the mantle of Captain America, kind of. He's the U.S. agent. But John Walker in the Thunderbolts movie, which is a very depressive movie, not a very good movie from what I'm hearing from all of the critics out there, not the professional critics, real people. He seems to have PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, which goes in line with the theme of the Thunderbolts movie, which is mental illness. I don't know how you make a superhero hero movie that is centered on mental illness, but okay, fine. I don't know how that's an action-packed, fun experience, but There you go. And I had to think about something about that. And I would ask people, Captain America, Steve Rogers, is shown in the Marvel movies to be he would never leave soldiers off on their own. He would never abandon them. Remember in Endgame, it starts off and he has a help group for people to help them deal with the blip. He's trying to help people emotionally get through the angst of the situation. Some of them are military, some of them are just civilians. Throughout the entire series in the movies, forget about the comic books, which are even more so of this, but just in the movies, he's into supporting veterans, he's into supporting the military and people in need, emotionally as well as a superhero. How would Steve Rogers, regardless of his age, why would he not help another super soldier, a member of the military, someone who represents America? He would never let that individual suffer from PTSD or difficulty in his life without putting out a lifeline and saying, hey, give me a call. Let me talk to you. How are you feeling? How can I help you? See, and I find that when I haven't seen the movie Thunderbolts, so I'm going by what is being said by critic after critic after critic. And I have to say, it's disrespectful to the military. Because most people who've served in the military are more than willing to reach out to other members of the military and say, hey, you're having a difficult time. Let me reach out to you. Let me help you. Is there something you want to talk? Let's go get a coffee. You want to talk about the situation. You want to get it off, you want to blow up and get some of the anger out, whatever it takes. Let's go through it together. And everyone I know who's been in the military has been willing to do that for others in the military, if not for other human beings, but definitely for those in the military, those with PTSD. Very sympathetic to that. And in the Marvel movies, that doesn't exist. Bucky doesn't do it. Cap doesn't do it. It doesn't make any sense to me. It is disrespectful to the military. I just wanted to throw that out there. Just has nothing to do with the rest of the show. It's part of the reason why Marvel has failed. It's part of the reason why entertainment has failed, because Hollywood doesn't understand anything about the audiences that they're trying to gain. They don't know how to relate to them. They are absolutely disconnected. It's kind of like the Democrats talking about your bills. They're all millionaires telling you how evil millionaires are. You see that all the time. Chuck Schumer is a multimillionaire. Nancy Pelosi, AOC, they're all multimillionaires. And they're telling you how bad multimillionaires and billionaires are. They are those people. They tell you about, we have to raise up the taxes because millionaires aren't paying their fair share. The rich aren't paying their share. Guess what? Half of Congress are millionaires. And I have donated more money than Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, and all the members of Congress combined. I donated, voluntarily paid $1 in taxes about 5 years ago. Back when Warren Buffett was saying, no one pays enough in taxes. I'm like, why aren't you paying more in taxes, Warren Buffett? No one is stopping you. No one is stopping AOC or Bernie Sanders from donating more money to the government for whatever issue they want. You don't see them paying more of their fair share. They're not paying their taxes. They want you to pay more taxes. They want the people who own the businesses to pay more in taxes. They're not doing it. Lead. You were elected because you're supposedly leaders. Go out and lead by example. Voluntarily make a donation to the federal government. You can do it. I think it's about 10,000 people, less than 10,000 people a year, voluntarily donate about $1 million a year. They voluntarily pay more in taxes every year to the federal government. It works out to about $1 million out of about 10,000 people, about $1,000 per person. This is a reality, and anyone can do that. At any moment, Chuck Schumer can sign a check over to the federal government. At any moment, Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos, they can sign billions of dollars, millions of dollars, any amount they want to the federal government at any moment to show how much they should be paying in taxes. They don't. It's disrespectful. It assumes that you don't understand. But I am digressing from the point of the program today. So let me get back to the issue. By the way, I did see Alabama Barbie. Thank you for joining us. Andrea, I see you. Thank you for joining us as well. It's nice to know that very often many people are enjoying the long format. They listen to it when they go to sleep. They listen to it. Alabama Barbie mentions it's playing in the kitchen while church services are going on. I'm happy to hear that people are able to be involved. Thank you. So, backtracking now. So I showed you the video of my experience with Larry Sharpe on the 100 days of Donald Trump. It was supposed to be the good, the bad, and the indifferent. Okay, and it wasn't. It was Dan talking about his feelings of being a leftist, which honestly I don't care about. The fact that he's a leftist, socialist, whatever, I don't care. Means nothing to me. It's not important. Dan isn't elected. He's not determining policy. So his personal ideology is meaningless to me, as it should be. And I'm sure my personal ideology is meaningless to him, as it should be. I'm not elected. But as pundits, we're talking about how that is impacting others that we are very similar to. One of the good things, one of the few good things that came out of that conversation is a video that I did on Friday. And I'll show that to you now. Whoops, bear with. So what you see on the screen right now is a conversation that I was having on Friday. Someone who had saw that video, I presume they saw the entire interaction between me, Dan from the internet, and Larry Sharpe. And they made a comment saying that they weren't talking about the issue that's come up now about American citizens being deported. And this is a very important issue. Nope, wait a minute, I forgot to put my bingo. There I am. About American citizens being deported. Let me step back. For reference, for anyone who has any doubt or any question whatsoever, you cannot deport American citizens. It's not possible. It is unconstitutional. There is nothing, there is no wording whatsoever in the Constitution, the amendments, or any law. It cannot be done. It is impossible to do. You can voluntarily give up your citizenship, and there have been some people who have done that, and they regretted it every single time. We've done some coverage of individuals who decided to join ISIS and Al-Qaeda. They gave up their American citizenship, went overseas, joined ISIS and Al-Qaeda, and then within 5 years are begging to come back to America. They're trying to reclaim their American citizenship, which they can't. So every time it's been done, most people regret that deeply. There's a video on TikTok right now about some black woman who went over to one of the African nations. She thought that that would be the right thing. She got there and realized, wait a minute, the quality of life in America is so far above the standard, even for poor people, are so high compared to the rest of the world, there's no comparison. And she's crying literally in a TikTok video, talking about she needs help to get back to America because she can't live at the standard of quality of life of this whichever African nation. Not unusual. Americans are very different than the rest of the world in terms of our freedoms, in terms of the quality of our life. The only people who complain about that are progressives who've never lived anywhere else. Fine. But that all being said, none of those individuals were deported. None of those individuals lost their citizenship. They either voluntarily gave up their citizenship or they suppressed that citizenship to go somewhere else and live. They're still American citizens. For every illegal alien, and we've seen a lot of news lately in the news, in the mainstream media, talking about moms are being deported and they're taking their kids, and the media is trying to say American kids are being deported. No, they're not. The illegal alien mom was deported. And the mom made the choice to take their child with them. And the American government saying, we're not going to separate families. We're not going to separate a mom from her kids. Let the mom take their kids. Because that's where the family goes. And that's okay. So you can either be upset that we didn't split up the family and keep the American kid in America, which many of the left would be screaming about, or they're upset about, well, we let the mom leave and she took the kid with her, which is what you're seeing newspapers try to do, which is emotional manipulation. Oh my God, we deported a kid. No, we didn't. That kid is still an American citizen. That kid has a blue passport. That kid can come back to America any second they want to. No one is preventing them. That kid can walk into any American embassy around the world in whatever country that their mom may have taken them to, and then go into an American embassy anytime they want to. They're American citizens. So no one has deported an American citizen. They didn't lose their American citizenship because you can't, unless you voluntarily, absolutely rescind your American citizenship. That's on you. That's an individual choice. But the American government can't do it. Can't. Not that they shouldn't, not that they won't. Can't. It is not possible. Nor is it possible for the American government to exile or deport their citizens. England can do it. Every other country in the world can do that, or many of them can do that. The United States can't. Can't. It's not even, it's indisputable. And that's a fact. That being said, we have a video, which I did on Friday, because we received a comment that is assuming, like Representative, I believe it was Ilhan Omar, who was presuming, Jayapal, Primala Jayapal, Representative Primala Jayapal out of Washington State. She was trying to put in a poison pill amendment, which I explained what a poison pill is in the video. But essentially, it's an amendment that you know can't pass. It's only there for political reasons. It's there to either get pork barrel spending or to make a political statement so you can get reelected. That's the only reason why poison pills exist. And she put this in trying to create conditions, terms, that would allow an American citizen to be deported, because it doesn't exist in the law anywhere. And this guy was arguing, oh my God, Republicans are so bad because they didn't vote to create a set of conditions to deport an American citizen, which is unconstitutional and does not exist. This is amazing to me. And this guy's as you go through his comments, he's a lawyer who's been in practice for 30 years. So he's not a young guy, and he works with the law. So he knows. He was taught in law school, and hopefully since then, he's read the Constitution, he's read the amendments, he reads laws. He knows you can't deport an American citizen. It's not possible. Doesn't exist. But if what Jayapala, Representative Jayapala, if what she wanted became law, then there would be conditions, there would be a set of circumstances that would allow the American government to deport someone. Now that doesn't mean just the Trump administration, it means any administration. So even if Trump didn't do it, the next Democrat could. If it was, God forbid, that AOC in 2032 were to be elected to the presidency, and she's a Democratic Socialist of America. They want to destroy, literally, the Democratic Socialists of America have said they want to get rid of the Constitution. They want to destroy the Constitution and the amendments. They want to replace all of that with rights given by government, not by God. They want rights as per their ideology, not rights inherent in just being alive, existing. And so they would want to deport people that they don't like. That would be Republicans and conservatives. It's very much like what we see with disgraced former Governor Andrew Cuomo and his comments in 2013, and also the recent comments by current Governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, where they said, if you're a conservative, if you're a Republican, get out the state, leave. They don't want you here. They don't need you here. essentially they were encouraging people to walk away from New York State. And they were largely successful. Over 1 million people between just under former disgraced Governor Andrew Cuomo, more than 1 million New York residents left New York State. Under Kathy Hochul, approximately 300 to 400,000 New York residents, citizens, leave every year. Gone, going somewhere and anywhere else but New York State. So they've been largely successful because most of those people have been Republican conservative individuals. And we see that in the voter rolls. We see that in the property and businesses. We see the results of this. And that's why New York State has lost over $100 billion in the last decade just from people moving out of the state. So in a microcosm, what's happening in New York State is what we would see the DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, or other far left organizations, that's what they would do. Oh, you don't believe what we want you to believe. Get out. It's very much like what we see from Hamas. This is probably why you see Harvard and Columbia and many of the colleges support Hamas and terrorism, because you have to believe what the people in charge believe, or else you get punished. Hamas does this on a regular basis. Oh, you're gay. Well, Hamas doesn't believe in people being gay, so they throw you off of a building. Hamas doesn't believe in women having sex before marriage, even if they're sexually assaulted. So they stone the woman to death. Even though she was sexually assaulted, Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis and Iran, they will stone the woman to death, even though she got sexually assaulted, because she's no longer pure. Because you have to believe what they believe, or you get punished. Same thing is in the Democratic Socialists of America, same thing in the progressive movement. You have to believe or you get punished. You get thrown off of, you can't get on Blue Sky. When they had control of Twitter, they would kick you off of Twitter. You see censorship even now on Google and YouTube, where they will suppress or de-emphasize channels like this one. They are punishing you. How dare you have an opinion that hasn't been approved for you? How dare you believe something that isn't your state? It's the same thing with Joe Biden when he was talking to Charlemagne for the interview in 2020. It was 2019, excuse me. And he said to Charlemagne, well, if you don't vote Democrat, you're not black. You have to believe and you have to comply with the orders given to you, regardless of your you're not an individual. You have no choice. You have no agency. And Democrats believe this very strongly. And the further left you go, the more they believe you aren't an individual. You are just a checkbox category, and you must obey what you have been told that checkbox equals, or what that checkbox does. And that's the argument that was made on Friday in the comments. And that's why I thought it was so important to bring it up, because he's completely wrong on every single level. Completely, absolutely wrong. Didn't make any sense, because it is a fundamental, absolute fact. You cannot deport American citizens. Now, let me make this as clear as I can for everyone. If anyone in the mainstream news media, in political commentary, if there is anyone who is telling you Trump is going to deport you as an American citizen, that is a fearmonger. That is someone who's using your emotions for their benefit. They have an agenda. They're trying to use you, and that is bad. You should not trust that person, because they have no understanding of the Constitution, of laws, or legislation. They don't know what they're talking about. And I say that about Representative Jayapala. She knows for a fact you can't deport an American citizen. She knows it for a fact. She's using this to fearmonger, to get more money from gullible Democrats that don't know any better, that trust her because she's elected. So she must, and the impression most people have is, you're elected, you must know what you're talking about. As someone who has talked to many members of Congress over the years, who've done interviews publicly and privately with members of Congress, left and right, I can tell you for a fact, and someone who's talked to many, many, many candidates for every level of federal government, I can tell you for a fact, no, they're not smart. They don't know things that you don't know. They're just as dumb as anyone walking down the street. Many of them far, far worse. They're just really good at acting. They're really good at presenting an image of themselves. Very few members of Congress are actually very good at whatever they do. Very few of them have real personalities that they present to the public. Very few. Most of them are just good actors, kind of like Jasmine Crockett out of Texas. She is an actress. She's educated. She can speak better than she does. She puts on a ghetto fabulous costume so that she can be outrageous because she thinks that makes her money and gets her and guarantees her reelection. She's ineffective in Congress. She's inefficient in Congress, but she gets a lot of views. People see her a lot. And that is the same thing as having infamy to her is the same as having fame. Same thing with what we saw with Dan in the panel discussion, as you saw. Dan told you directly, he's smug. He's arrogant. He's a a-hole, according to his own words. He thinks that's a good thing. He thinks that's a benefit. He thinks those are good qualities. I mean, they're definitively, and by definition, bad qualities. They're examples of bad moral character. But yet, he thought they were great. He thought that was a bonus. He thinks that's what people watch him for. And I would hope he's wrong on that, but maybe he's not. But that's not, that's poor moral choices. It's poor personal choices. It's a bad presentation of his ideology and what it represents. And same thing with Jasmine Crockett. Same thing with AOC and Jayapal and Ilhan Omar. We can go through the list. The more progressive you get, the worse they are at this. But I really found it interesting that, and I do recommend people check it out. It's not that long a video. I think it's like half an hour. No, excuse me. It's an hour and a half, hour 45 minutes. But I do recommend people go through it to see the logic that is being put there in front of you. The way that it's ignoring the core fact. American citizens can't be deported. Can't. American citizens can't lose their citizenship. Can't. Period. Full stop. Same thing with naturalized citizens. Once you become a citizen, you cannot lose that citizenship. You can voluntarily give up that citizenship, but you can't lose it. Period. American citizens can't be deported. American citizens can't be sent to a foreign country for jail. Cannot happen. Not possible. The only people who say that are people who are fear-mongering because they want money and attention. That's it. They want power. Power over you. And they will use this emotional response to take from you your money and your power and use it for themselves. I need to make that very, very clear. Because I go through it in detail in the video. And I go through every single excuse that is presented to me. And I go through all, all the evidence that is presented and my own to explain exactly why this is not real. But the American people don't know this. The American people, the news media isn't telling you this can't happen. They keep saying, oh my God, Trump's going to try and deport American citizens. That's a lie. Whether it's on MSNBC or ABC News or the New York Times, it's a lie. The Huffington Post, the further left you go, they lie. They know for a fact, or at least they should know, if they're actual journalists, if they have any integrity, they know for a fact that's not true. Folks, there are people who are trying to use you and use every trick in the book to abuse you. That's one of the worst ones. I'll say it for the last time and then we'll move on. American citizens cannot be deported. American citizens cannot lose their citizenship, cannot be stripped from you, cannot be taken from you. even if you're a traitor. Let's be clear. Even if you're a mass murderer, even if you're a terrorist, even if you are a traitor to America, you do not lose your citizenship. You cannot be deported. You cannot be sent by the American government to a foreign prison. Cannot happen. It is unconstitutional. It is illegal at the highest levels. It cannot happen. Full stop. I don't care who's president. I don't care what their ideology is. It doesn't matter. Cannot happen. Anyone who says otherwise is fear-mongering, and they are taking advantage of you. They have an agenda, and they are using your emotions to feed their agenda. Pass that around. Clip that. Send it anywhere you want. There is no argument that defeats that, because if there is no evidence otherwise, not imagined, not real, does not exist. And people like Representative Jayapala are trying to create the way forward, to create a reason, a circumstance, a set of criteria that would allow them to start deporting people. And those are the people you should be terrified of. People should be angry with Representative Primala Jayapal, because she is dangerous. What she is suggesting is dangerous for every American citizen. She is trying to create an opportunity to deport American citizens, to strip them of their American citizenship. No one on the right has said that. No one on the right supports that. She's doing it, and she's a progressive. That's dangerous. She should not be in Congress based on that alone. Hello, Kim. Good to see you with us. Thank you for joining, everybody. I appreciate it. So, and again, I have a video going through in detail all of that. Moving forward on our domestic schedule, because America is very different than the rest of the world. Again, in England, other countries, yes, you can lose your citizenship, not in America. Moving forward. Trump. And I found this interesting. This is coming from the Guardian. This is from overseas. So this is not U.S., but there are similar statements made in U.S. newspapers. Donald Trump, President Trump, and I notice everyone keeps calling him Trump. He's President Trump. Just like we said President Biden most of the time. You know, it's President Trump. He's elected now. It's disrespectful to call him Trump. He's President Trump. But let's go on. President Trump says he doesn't know if he needs to uphold constitutional due process. Now, that seems to fly in the face of what I was just saying. Wait a minute, there's absolute fact. Presidents have to follow due process. Due process isn't an amendment. It's not in the Constitution. It's something that was created by a Supreme Court justice. It is something that we base our legal system on, but it's not really in the law. There's no law that says this is due process and this is what you get. It doesn't exist. But there is an understanding of what due process is, and everyone should get it. That's just the reality. But here we go. So Donald Trump says he doesn't know if he needs to uphold the constitutional process. That makes you think that Donald Trump is going to take away the rights of American citizens. If there's no due process, American citizens lose that right. It's one of the reasons why I hate red flag laws. There's no due process. I know the supporters of red flag laws like to say you get due process after the fact, after you get punished, after you've already suffered, then you get due process to try and correct what's already happened. That's not how due process works. You don't get to defend yourself in court. You don't get to provide evidence. There's no one there to protect you when it comes to a red flag action or a ERPO or extreme risk protection order. You don't get anyone to protect you. They punish you first. They take away your property. They embarrass you publicly. They besmirch your reputation, and then you get to go into a courtroom and prove beyond a shadow of doubt that you're innocent, which is the exact opposite of our legal system. It's a perversion of everything that America stands for. This is why red flag laws are unconstitutional and evil, because they pervert everything about the justice system and our laws and the Constitution and the amendments. So it sounds like, oh my God, that's what Donald Trump's doing. According to The Guardian, that's what Trump's doing. He's getting rid of constitutional due process. You don't have any rights. This is a lie. Going on, it says, President also says he sees himself as leaving office at the end of his current term and not seeking a third term. The third term, Trump's saying that he's going to run for a third term and that there is a process. By the way, there is a way that President Trump could become the 48th president or whatever of the United States. There is a trick of law that could be used. So that is something that can happen without breaking the Constitution, without breaking any of the laws. It can happen. But that being said, that's not what he's doing. He was trolling. He obviously and consistently trolls the media because he knows when he says something, they will jump on. It's kind of like what happened with Mike Walls. Mike Walls didn't get fired. The media jumped on saying, Orange Man bad, everything's in trouble, as we showed you earlier. And then it finds out, oh no, he got a promotion. He's becoming the UN ambassador. He has a more high-profile job. And the media, which was busy trying to say everything's falling apart for Trump, didn't know what to say when they found out, no, you should have done your homework. Take 5 minutes and ask a question. The guy got a promotion. He's not out of the Trump administration. He's been moved up higher. Well, very much like this, in terms of Trump looking for a third term, he was just taking the piss out of the news media because he knew they'd go crazy about that, but they're not paying attention to anything else that's going on. Things they should be talking about, like what's happening with Kuwait and American citizens being freed, and talking about what's happening with India and Pakistan and how that affects American economy in terms of American safety, talking about the potential of nuclear fallout to Southeast Asia. Instead of talking about those things, they're talking about Trump's going to run for a third term. Trump's breaking the law. No, he isn't. No, he isn't. He's taking advantage of the fact that the news media is so busy trying to scream Orange Man bad, they don't know what else to do with themselves. They have TDS. So the real story here isn't the third term of Trump, which isn't a reality and isn't a factor. It's not important. What is important is that Trump is saying, what is he saying about unconstitutional due process? Well, what they're leaving out in this story is that this is about illegal immigrants. So you can see it here. It's in the third paragraph. But when it comes to giving immigrants full rights in U.S. law, now, they're not immigrants. We're not talking about immigrants. We're talking about illegal aliens. We're talking about criminals, individuals that broke into America and continued to stay in America, evading prosecution of the law, evading punishment, not being accountable. So when it comes to giving illegal aliens, or if you prefer, criminals, full rights in U.S. law in the face of Trump's long-promised campaign of mass deportations, well, we already know the president can mass deport illegal aliens. That's not a question of law. That's a fact. The Democrats don't like that. The left don't like that, which does not make it a fact of law. They don't like it. They didn't do it, but it can be done, and it is legal to do, which is one of the tenets of what we see often with the Trump administration in terms of the media. They don't like what Trump's doing, but it is legal, and he can do it. And Democrats just didn't do it, even if the American public wanted it to be done, like mass deportations, which American people have been asking for years, and Democrats just ignored them. So it goes on to say, Trump was less clear on the need for due process and following law, U.S. law and court decisions. That's not entirely true. They are following court decisions. They are following U.S. law, just not the way that Democrats want it. Democrats want a trial for each and every illegal alien. Oh, give me 1 second, folks. Hold on. Sorry about that. Locked out my sister. Excuse me. Excuse me. Locked out one of my sisters from the office. So sorry about that. So I was saying, so Trump is following the law, just not the way that Democrats want him to. They want a trial, which is not required by law. That is not a fact. They get hearings, not trials. Democrats are talking about, oh, we should give every illegal alien a trial. Why do they want to do that? To slow down the process, to increase the amount of paperwork, to give these illegal aliens every opportunity to escape, to delay the process so that until the Democrats can create a path to citizenship so that these illegal aliens are dependent on Democrats for the rest of their lives. They're creating a slave class of second citizens. That's what Democrats are looking to do. That is the effect of what they are doing. They're being very duplicitous about it. But Trump isn't trying to give, and he is not required to give every illegal alien a trial. They get hearings. And if they have had a hearing, as many of them have, like Kilmar Abrego Garcia, he had a deportation hearing. He was found deportable. He can be deported. He doesn't need a trial. He's already been found deportable. Many of these illegal aliens, many of the members of MS-13 and Venezuelan gangs that are getting deported, they've had the hearing and they're being deported. Democrats want them to have a trial instead. That's not required by law. They don't get that right. They're not American citizens. They don't get trials. They get hearings because they're criminals. Anyway, he goes on to say, quote, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know, Trump replied when asked by Meet the Press moderator Kirsten Welker whether he agreed with his secretary Marco Rubio, who had previously expressed support for the idea of everyone had the right to due process. Well, every American citizen, yes. Every illegal alien, no. There may be other crimes or other criteria that requires a trial. So sometimes, yes, they do need more due process because there's more that needs to be done in whether or not they're being deported immediately. There are other conditions, other qualifications. But that's not every illegal alien. Some of them need more, most of them don't. Most only need a hearing. And once a deportation hearing determination has been made, they can be deported. That is the law. And Trump is exercising the law as it exists. Again, Democrats want something that doesn't exist to be enforced. They want their feelings justified. They want to feel like it's gone in a way that they control, not the way that it actually is. There's a big difference between the two. Something that the left never likes. They don't like to explain these things because when you explain it, suddenly you go, well, that's not exactly right. The media isn't telling me the whole story. Trump wants to deport American citizens. He's not talking about American citizens. They want you to feel like he's talking about American citizens so that you're afraid of Trump, so that you will vote Democrat in 2026, so Democrats can get control back, they can get some of their power back. It has nothing to do with the fact that Trump isn't talking about American citizens. The whole conversation is about illegal aliens, criminals. And it's about paperwork. It's not even the fact that Trump is deporting them. That's accepted. That's legal. He can do that. He can send them to any country he wants to. That's legal. That's not in question. The whole argument is, how much paperwork did you do before you sent them away? Literally, Democrats are fighting over paperwork. Did you shuffle enough papers before you sent that illegal alien to another country or sent them back to their home? That's what Democrats are upset about. That is the core of what Democrats are arguing about. You need more paperwork. We need to slow down the process. That's what they're trying to do. Slow down the process, make as much molasses as they can so they can keep as many illegal aliens in America as they can so that when they get power again, they're able to pass a path to citizenship and have a dedicated, essentially a slave class of individuals who are American citizens that must vote Democrat for the rest of their lives. That's what they're doing. That's the whole point. Now, if there is anyone on the left that disagrees with my summation there, I'm happy to hear it. I'm happy to hear your argument about that. But that's it in a nutshell. It is very simple, but it's also very deceptive. It is very manipulative. But we do have some comments. So Hal says, there's no trick of law for Trump to serve a third term. Actually, there is. There is actually, very simply, the trick of law would be, and this is legal, several scholars, I'm getting this from, I forget the scholar, it's already been discussed, I believe it was on Breaking Points, where they had a legal scholar on talking about this. Essentially, what you would do is Trump would resign before the end of his, or at the end of his term. Now, as the 47th president, he would resign. He would become the vice president of whomever is running in the next presidency. So in 2028, he would become their vice president. If that individual wins, whomever it might be, so the top of the ticket would be president, he would be running as vice president, which is allowed. He can run on the ticket because he's resigned his position. He runs. When if that individual won, they would get sworn in on January 20th of 2029. At that time, that individual, whomever it is, after being sworn in, and therefore Trump would be in as vice president, then that whomever was president would resign their position. Trump, being in the line of succession as vice president, would then assume their position, and therefore he would become the next president. That would be his third term. That is how you could do it. It is, at least theoretically, possible, but it requires that person. It is somewhat of a bait and switch. It is a deception and a manipulation of the system. Is it legal? Yes. Can it happen? Yes. Has anyone ever tried it? No. Because I think every American citizen would see this for the bait and switch tactic that it would be. And I think they would reject that. I don't see it being successful, but it is possible. So to answer your question there, Hal, is it possible for Trump to run become a president for the third term? Yes. It is legally permissible. Would it work? No. The American people, I do not believe, would support that. They would see it as a bait and switch. They would see it as a manipulation. It is purely about power, and they would reject that completely. I truly believe that. Republicans, conservatives, libertarians, everybody in America would reject that. Not just the left, everyone. And that would never work. But it is possible. So, yes, it can happen. It won't, but it could. It is allowed by law. So, just to answer that question, thank you for asking the question, Hal, and thank you for joining us today. Yeah. So a lot of people didn't know that. In fact, I didn't know that until I was listening to constitutional legal scholars. And again, I believe Breaking Points were the ones who brought that, who actually addressed that and brought in the scholar to discuss how could it be done. And that is the answer. So, if there is another source that says that's incorrect, to my knowledge, and I've seen since that time several other reports from internationally credible news agencies talking with constitutional scholars and saying, yes, that it is a technicality, it is a loophole, it does exist, and it can be done. I've heard this several times now. Again, I don't think it would work, but it does exist. So, in talking about Trump, so again, going back to the initial thing, which isn't about Trump's third term, that's not realistic. That's a distraction. Every time someone's talking about Trump taking over Greenland, talking about Canada becoming the 51st state, talking about these insane ideas of Trump running a third term. It's a distraction. It is Trump and the Trump administration trolling the news media, knowing full well they're going to lose their minds, and they will spend 2 days, maybe an entire week, screaming about how they hate this idea and whether or not it's actually legal and how it could possibly happen, if it could possibly happen. They waste all of their time doing that rather than their job of paying attention to what is important and what is going on, about all the details, about the laws that are being passed or not being passed, all the issues that are affecting America. They're wasting their time. They're so busy being anti-Trump, having hate, that they can't see straight. It's the easiest political dodge, and every president dodges from time to time. All of them have, all of them will. It's part of the office. It's part of being an elected official. Sometimes they dodge for various reasons. They dodge questions or they distract from the issue at hand. Every political party does it. Every elected official does it. Whether it's good or bad doesn't matter. It is what is done. And it is the easiest thing for Trump. All he has to say is third term. All he has to say is Greenland will be the 51st state. Canada will be the 51st state. And that's it. He doesn't have to say anything after that. The media will run off and lose their mind. Trump's a dictator. It's creating an American empire. Oh my God, you call it the Gulf of America. No one cares. It's the Gulf of America. No one cares. The name of Japan is Nippon, not Japan. We call it Japan anyway. No one cares. That's it. Okay? It's just that simple. What's on the map, no one cares. It doesn't matter. It has no impact on international trade, business, wars, nothing. It's a distraction. Except it's a distraction that the left is now dealing with, and they're falling into that trap, not the right. But going forward. By the way, for those of you who did want to hear about 100 Days of Trump, a decent, and this is also from The Guardian, so take a pound of salt with this, because remember, The Guardian is biased, like much of the left-leaning news media, and The Guardian is part of the left-leaning news media. That's why we quote them so much, because we use almost entirely left-leaning sources for everything we talk about. I don't watch Fox News ever. I don't pay attention to right-leaning sources. I look at the left news media and see the stories from there. I get my evidence from the left, not from the right. So take it with a pound of salt, but this is The Guardian, and they have tracked 99 days of Donald Trump, of the various policies, many of the executive orders that he has put out there, many of the events that have happened during his presidency. Not all of them, not all of the ones that are most critical, not necessarily the way that they happened. They have a left-leaning spin on many of these stories, but they do have it. So that will be in the description at the end of the show, so you'll be able to refer back to that for yourself, since I was not able to do that with Larry Sharpe and Dan from the Internet because of Dan from the Internet. Moving on a little bit. I wanted to also address, this came out today. This is from, the quote, the tweet was from May 2nd, from Dr. Joseph Ford Cotto. He's a host at News Site. He's a doctor of business administration, so he's not a doctor. Not a doctor as in medical doctor. He has a doctorate, not the same thing. He has a doctorate. He's a PhD. He's not a doctor. He's a black belt. Who cares? He writes nonfiction. Who cares? Those are important. But he has a show called News Site, focused on events that are affecting people. Okay. He's an administrator. He's a very well glorified administrator. And Dr. Joseph Ford Koto says, do you want, and this is about free speech. This is one of the things that Donald Trump you've been hearing in the news media. Donald Trump is waging a war against free speech. He's fighting against American citizens having the right to speak. By the way, there is no example in America of Americans losing their rights. In the interview with the panel discussion with Larry Sharp, myself, and Dan from the internet, we ask at one point, Dan is asked, name the rights that Americans have lost under Donald Trump. And same thing can be asked of anyone in the news media. What rights have we lost? Now, they will say, well, we're losing free speech. No Americans have been denied their free speech. None. No one has been forced out. Rosie O'Donnell went to Ireland not because Donald Trump sent her to Ireland. She went there on her own. No one's talking about what Rosie O'Donnell is saying or doing because no one cares about her, not because she's been blocked by the American government. No one has been silenced. Blue sky exists. No one's shut it down. Only the left have problems with blue sky. No one else cares about it. So no one's losing their right to speak. They are losing the funding that they have gotten. There is a difference here. Because as we see, and I've talked about this quite a bit, Harvard has been screaming, no, you can't take away our funding. Why not? You're a private institution, not a public one. And you have $52 billion in assets. Harvard made $2.5 billion in 2024 alone off of those assets. They're not broke. They're not going to go broke anytime soon. They have a school that does nothing but teach MBAs and lawyers and doctors and judges and journalists. So they can make money. And they are making money. What do they need $2 billion of taxpayer money? They don't. They don't need it to pay their teachers. They don't need it to pay for anything. They're self-sufficient. Why do they need your money? Why do they need to have your money to run their college, which is private? They do this for profit. Why do they need your money? They have endowments for many of their graduates. Why do you, as an individual, why do I have to pay for Harvard? We don't. Now, the fact that we don't pay into them, if our money was taken away from Harvard, would Harvard still be able to promote Hamas? Would they still be able to promote genocide as they have been doing? Would they be able to teach people to enjoy and love genocide as they have been doing? Yes. Their freedom of speech has not been stopped. No one stopped them from speaking. They're American citizens. They can say whatever they want. Oh, well, that changes the argument, doesn't it? So, again, Joseph Ford Koto, PhD, doctorate of business administration, not a doctor, says, do you want NPR, PBS, and Harvard to go out of business? NPR is notoriously left-leaning. PBS is notoriously left-leaning. Harvard is leftist, possibly leaning towards not just progressive, but possibly even socialist in the ideology they teach their students. That argument can easily be made. My answer, if I were to give the simplest answer, is yes. But here's the thing. This assumes that NPR, PBS, Harvard, that they are so bad in the quality of what they do. They're so incapable of competing in a private marketplace, even though they are private companies, that they need the federal government to keep them afloat. They're too big to fail, essentially. And that they must have the government to make sure that they will always exist. Because if it weren't for the government, what they are offering is so repugnant, so abusive, so poor, so inefficient and ineffective that without the government, they won't exist. That's not free speech. That now is an issue of the government picking winners and losers. There's nothing different between Obama funding A123 battery, which you don't know. No one remembers A123 battery. You know why you don't know that company? It went out of business. By the way, they got $50 million of your tax dollars because they were a green energy company. And there were many others. Remember Solyndra, which I believe received about $100 million taxpayer dollars. Also went out of business. Obama picked them too. He actually picked 36 companies that he thought should be winners. Of those 36 companies, 30 of them have gone out of business, with somewhere around $500 million of taxpayer money disappearing overnight because Obama picked winners and he was wrong in every single case. And those companies only existed as long as the federal government was giving them money because they were inefficient, ineffective. They could not compete. Am I sad that A123 battery no longer exists? Am I sad that Solyndra no longer exists? No, not at all. Good that they're gone. I'm only upset that they got taxpayer money along the way of them going into bankruptcy because they couldn't compete. There are green energy companies that exist out there. There are companies that are making batteries and all kinds of electric vehicles and such. Good for them. They're not getting money from the American government, and they shouldn't because they're private businesses. And they should be able to compete. They don't need my tax money because in giving money to NPR, PBS, and especially Harvard with $52 billion in assets, why are we giving them money that is making poor people more poor? I got to say it again. We have to print this money. It's not money that just magically appears. This is money we have to print. And every time we print another dollar, that is inflationary. Just like with illegal aliens and putting them up in a three-star hotel and giving them a credit card so they can go out shopping. That costs money. That's money we have to print. That's money that didn't exist before. It makes poor people more poor. Why are we doing this? Same thing with this. So if NPR, PBS, and Harvard are such complete business failures as private businesses, then that they need, the only way they can exist is with continuous, nonstop funding from the federal government, meaning taxpayers, meaning you, then yes, shut them down because they are increasing the amount of inflation that poor people and every American has to suffer with. They are a drain on the system, no different than illegal aliens. And that's what I had to say to him. As you can see, he hasn't responded, but I did say to him today at 12:30. He hasn't answered this question yet, but you would think he would want to answer it as much as possible, but he didn't. Let me go on. Let me talk about something completely different. Because we're talking about the First Amendment. We're talking about businesses that can only exist because of taxpayer funding, because Democrats want it to exist, because Democrats can't make a message that is effective and efficient and have the public support it en masse. Yes, progressives do support their ideology. They are a fraction. About 3 to 7% of the population are actually progressive. That's it. That's out of 350 million people. Only, depending on the math, whose math you're looking at any given moment, most studies tend to say they're between 3 to 7% of the entire population. They're very vocal. They're in many very important positions, but they're not where the mainstream of America is. Not even close. Not even close. So they need as much government support as they can to reach out and to try and spread their message like a plague to infect other individuals, because it's the only way they get people to their side. But they keep saying It's Donald Trump who's shutting down people's voices, free speech. Again, Harvard is in no danger of losing their ability to speak. They can lose all the federal funding and they will continue to exist without any problem. Same thing can be said for Columbia and most of the Ivy Leagues. In fact, almost every college in America, every private college in America, almost all of them can say the same thing. They make money. They're for profit and they make money. They don't need your tax money. Not one of them. But there is suppression that is going on. There is censorship that is happening right now. And it is taking away the rights of American citizens. But it's not coming from the Trump administration. It's coming from Democrats. I'll give you an example. Connor Boyack, who has been interviewed on this channel before, you can look it up. I did an interview with him a few years ago, about 4 or 5 years ago. I did an interview with Connor Boyack. He is a businessman, an entrepreneur. He is the creator of a series of books called The Tuttle Twins. Now, The Tuttle Twins are a series of books about tweens. These are kids who are in their early teenage years. They learn skills. They have adventures. They learn about finance. They learn about cooking. They learn about life. These books are based on life lessons. They are, yes, from a conservative point of view, but they are helpful lessons about life. That's just a fact. Every review that you will have of the Tuttle Twins will tell you, yes, it's from a conservative point of view. It is about life lessons. It teaches kids about things in the world, whether it be politics or finances or life in general, relationships and so forth. So, no big deal. No one cares. I mean, people buy the books. They're very popular, very, very popular books. They sell millions of books. So it's not a small series of books. And there is a series of them. And many families love them. So it's successful in and of itself. But in Chemung County, which is a county in New York State, just so people know. In Chemung County, which is a county in New York State, Democrats there in the library have banned this book. There is no sex in them. There is no graphic images in them. There is no gender identity issues in them. There's literally no reason to ban these books. None. Every issue that people have had about books that they banned the books for, they don't exist in the Tuttle Twins. No reason whatsoever. And yet, the Chemung County Library is, in fact, banning these books. They are denying families and children the opportunity to read these books. This is a denial of free speech. This is a denial of having the free ability to learn. Even if you don't like conservatism, even if you don't like the Tuttle Twins, you have the right to not read that book or to read it and critique it. Except in Chemung County. In Chemung County, they said they've made the decision for you. Democrats, progressives, have decided you can't read that. It is too dangerous. And the reason why they have said you cannot read this is because it is not inclusive. They are editing the books because of inclusivity. Now, you may say to yourself, wait a minute. That doesn't make any sense to me. If it's inclusive, then if they're trying to make the library inclusive, then they would want everything in there. They would want gay voices. They would want black voices. They would want to have feminist voices. They would want to have conservative voices. That's inclusive. That's everything. They want to include all points of view. And conservatism is a point of view. So you would think they would want to have this series because they are conservative and they're helpful to kids. No, Chemung County says, but being conservative isn't inclusive. What? Do you understand what the English language is? Do you understand what dictionaries and definitions are? Of course it's inclusive. And if you're going to promote all points of view, then you're going to include these books. No, what they mean to say is it's not progressive. It doesn't match their political ideology. And therefore, that means it has to be kicked out of the library. I mean, you can go to the library, that same library, you can get a copy of Mein Kampf. I want you to understand that. You can go to the library in Chemung County and you can get a copy of Mein Kampf. And you can read that. You can get a copy of Chairman Mao's Red Book. You can get a copy of the Communist Manifesto. You can get those things. They're in the library because inclusive, all points of view. But you can't get the Tuttle twins. That makes no sense to me. That makes no sense to me. How can you tell me you're including all points of view by excluding a point of view? How can you say that? It makes no sense. That's censorship. That's the censorship on the left that you're not even, regional news doesn't want to cover this story. Regional news doesn't want to talk about this. National news absolutely buried the story. They don't want to touch this with a 10-foot pole because they're so busy trying to tell everyone, orange man bad, you're going to lose your freedom of speech. Look at Harvard. Harvard's going to go out of business because they only have $52 billion in assets. How can they possibly survive without your money? By the way, don't pay attention to the Tuttle twins. They're kicked out. We got to get rid of them. Tuttle twins, you can't read that. No, we're getting rid of that. Does this make sense to anyone? This is the nature of progressive politics. This is what happens when you get further and further in the left. They lie to your face. They make up this. They're just making it up as they go. They have no excuse. The answer is we don't like conservatives. That's it. That's the answer. We don't like conservatives. In New York State, in Chemung County, with the librarian, they don't like conservatives. They don't like the right. Therefore, they will kick them out. And they will try and oppress them. They will deny the First Amendment rights of anyone and everyone to push their political agenda. Because you can get Mein Kampf, you can get the Chinese, you can get the Mao's Red Book, you can get the Communist Manifesto. You can't read the Tuttle twins. That just makes no sense to me. It's insane. And I would love to hear anyone from Chemung County that wants to tell me, Mike, no, you just don't understand it. The Tuttle twins are so subversive. They're teaching kids how to read and write and how to shop and how to finances, how to run a bank account. That's so subversive. We got to get rid of that. This is insane. Let me move on. And I heard my puppy before. He was making some noise, but a little early for him. We're going a little long today. We're going to try and go a little faster. So, again, in this idea of the left just misrepresenting reality to you, the public. So there's this story that came out on May 1st, and that's a call to activism. So it's breaking news. In an absolutely shocking moment, this is shocking news to the left. Absolutely shocking. ICE Director Tom Homan, the man responsible for mass deportations under the Trump administration, suggests he will start arresting Democratic mayors and governors of sanctuary cities. Full stop. Sanctuary cities. Why would he threaten to arrest a mayor of a sanctuary city? Is it because they're breaking the federal law? Is it because, as Pam Bondi, the Attorney General of the United States, has already stated that these individuals are breaking the law and therefore they could be subject to charges? And another member of the federal government has said they're breaking the law, so they could be subject to charges. They can be arrested. And by the way, they can. If you break the law, just like Judge Dugan, if you break the law, you can be arrested. because there is no one, as the left loved to say and continue to say, there is no one above the law. Everyone is subject to the law. Therefore, if a mayor breaks the law, if a governor is breaking the law, they can be arrested, regardless of their political position or their political ideology. Because the left has no problem trying to arrest every Republican they possibly can in the Trump administration. They don't care. They're happy to do that. But, oh my God, you're going to hold them to the same standard to say, oh, your governor, which believes in sanctuary states like New York State, like California, like Illinois, like Washington State, oh, those are sanctuary states. Well, that violates the federal law on immigration. That's a crime. They should be punished, like Maine. You know what? What was the answer to Maine? Cut off all the federal funding. Why? Because they're breaking the law. And if they're breaking the law and they're going to continue, you can, one, arrest the governor, or you can just cut off the federal funding. Because they must be punished for their crime, which they are openly admitting they violate. They break the law. Now, someone could say, but Mike, Dr. Martin Luther King, he protested the law all the time. Gandhi protested the law all the time. Gandhi went to jail. Martin Luther King went to jail. They went to jail. Why? Because they weren't above the law. Yes, they were protesting laws they didn't like. They were protesting laws they thought were unconstitutional and unfair. Same thing with Gandhi, just like with Martin Luther King. And they went to jail. They were arrested, and they were tried, and they were fined, and they were put in jail repeatedly. Because just because they didn't like the law didn't give them the excuse not to be punished by the law. And many people agreed with Dr. Martin Luther King, thankfully. And many people agreed with Gandhi, thankfully. People found merit in the arguments they were making. They were still guilty. They still got arrested. They still went to jail. Democrats don't want that to happen to their people. You can't arrest Judge Dugan. They're upset about the way not only are they upset that she got arrested, they're upset about the way she got arrested. Well, she committed a crime. She got arrested like I would get arrested. If I committed a crime, they're not going to be like, hey, Mike, let me call up Mike. By the way, Mike, you're under arrest. You want to walk over to the police station right now? No, they'd come in and they would arrest me wherever they found me. Just like they did with Judge Dugan, because that's what happens in America. It isn't what the Democrats like. They didn't like that, but it's what happens every day, thousands of times across this country. To treat Judge Dugan any other way is disrespecting the law and creating a multi-tier justice system that isn't fair. And this is, oh my God, you can't arrest a mayor. You can't arrest a governor. Yes, you can. They're still American citizens. They're not special. They have an elected office, yes. But that doesn't mean that they can't commit crimes. And I know, and the reason why Democrats are so upset about this, because people like Andrew Cuomo created conditions 16,000 New Yorkers died. That was Andrew Cuomo's fault. Andrew Cuomo covered up the federal investigation into those 16,000 people dying. That's a crime. Andrew Cuomo committed, we thought, and the allegation initially was 7 acts of sexual assault. Attorney General Letitia James, based on her investigation as a Democrat in New York State, run by Democrats, she found that he actually committed 11 acts of sexual assault. And so you would normally ask, okay, so people died, there was corruption, there was a cover-up, We know these things. We have factual data on these things. They happened. And there was we had an investigation, multiple claims, almost a dozen claims of a sexual assault came to light by the top prosecutor of New York State, who happens to be a Democrat in a Democrat state, talking about a Democrat governor. So all of this is in the same party, so there's no political pressure on this whatsoever. It's not coming from conservatives. You would expect that Andrew Cuomo was going to jail or went to jail. No, he got to resign. He resigned, kept $25 million in donations to his campaign fund, and now he's running for mayor of New York. That's why Democrats are looking at this going, you can't arrest a mayor. You can't arrest a governor. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. This isn't shocking news. And the fact that Homan is telling you, yes, you can be arrested. Because if you break the law, you're an American citizen like anyone else. You can be arrested. Your elected office does not provide you protection, period. By the way, going on, Trump officials suggest arrest of, what is this? Get off my screen. Get off my screen. This is the Baltimore Banana. Okay. So this is why they're so upset. And you see, even AOC, she's like, oh my God, Bortazar, you can't arrest me. I'm a member of Congress. This is AOC. AOC is like challenging him, saying, oh my God, you can't arrest me. Come and arrest me. Just because I'm helping my constituents. I love this. This is AOC. This is how Democrats spin this. This is how they try and make you not think about this. AOC is like, my office as a representative in the United States Congress, I give advice to my constituents. I help my constituents, which is great. That's what members of Congress are supposed to do. Help your constituents. And as we can see from Newsweek is reporting this. On her website, it says, our office is generally only able to provide immigration casework assistance to constituents. What is a constituent? An American citizen. The people who voted for her. American citizens, keyword, her constituents who have open immigration cases. There is no American citizen with an open immigration case. American citizens don't have open immigration cases. They're American citizens. So she's not talking about citizens. Who would have an open immigration case? Illegal aliens. Maybe someone who's being naturalized. Maybe someone who's becoming a naturalized American citizen, and illegal aliens. And she's talking about illegal aliens. And I'll prove it. She goes on to say, specifically, our office can submit inquiries to federal agencies to follow up on the following applications and cases. Again, this is what AOC thinks her job is. This is who she thinks she represents. Immigration visa applications. Those aren't American citizens. Non-immigrant visa applications. Those are illegal aliens, not her constituents. Asylum cases. That's illegal aliens, not her constituents. Employment authorization. DACA, not her citizens, but at least that one I'll give you an argument on. You can argue DACA. Okay, I'll give you that. And the parents of DACA kids who are illegal aliens, and no, there is no argument for them. They're just illegal aliens. Their kids, you can make some arguments about that one. The kids have grown up, they're 21 years old, they've lived in America for 20 years. You can make an argument for those being her constituents. The parents, they're illegal aliens. There is no argument. So I give her DACA. Citizenship, naturalization, and oath of ceremony. Well, again, naturalization, maybe that's an argument. Yeah, those are about to be American citizens. They're her constituents. So she's worried about illegal aliens, people who aren't her constituents. She's giving advice on evading the federal government and the laws of the government that she, as a member of Congress, is responsible in creating and writing. She, who has not changed the immigration laws in the United States, is out there trying to aid and abet criminals, and she's calling those criminals her constituents. They aren't. They didn't vote for her. They can't vote for her. Even as much as Democrats would love that, they cannot legally vote for her. They are criminals. They are criminals, foreign criminals at that. They're not her constituents. And helping those foreign criminals is a crime per the law that already exists. Tom Homan is not making up a new law. Donald Trump isn't making up a new law. This is the law. You may not like that law. Well, that's why AOC exists. She's there so she can write a new law. But sadly, she doesn't write a new law. In fact, she's never provided any legislation that has ever been passed. I think she's named 2 post offices. That's her claim to fame. In all her time in elected office, she went from being in debt to having $17 million of net worth. She doesn't live around her constituents anymore. And she thinks she represents illegal aliens, not American citizens. It doesn't make sense to me. And she's mad because Tom Homan is doing his job enforcing the law as part of the executive branch whose job is to enforce the law. And she's daring this, a member of the enforcement branch of the government, she's daring him to arrest her for the crimes that she is committing. My God, arrest her already. Just arrest her. What are they going to say? Orange man bad? He's breaking the law by enforcing the law that exists. I mean, that's what they said about Judge Dugan. He's breaking the law because he enforced the law that exists. She committed a crime. She's been arrested. She's going to get a trial. If it's correct, she's going to be, and by the way, Judge Dugan has already, the Wisconsin Supreme Court already suspended her. Because they know. Everyone's looking at this going, this is what's supposed to happen. She should be arrested. If she wasn't arrested, then that would be a violation of the law, and no one in Wisconsin would trust the legal system anymore. Neither would the American people. She broke the law willfully, on purpose, with a plan to help an illegal alien, a criminal, to continue to commit acts of criminality, endangering the lives and safety of people in Wisconsin and America. This guy was in trial for his violence, his abuse of women and fighting. He's a violent individual, allegedly, and that's why he was in her courtroom in the first place. And she's trying to protect that violent, alleged felon instead of following the law. She was endangering her fellow citizens because of her political preference, because Orange Man bad. And AOC is saying, hey, I want to be more like Judge Dugan. Get arrested like Judge Dugan. I hope he does it. He should. It is important. Okay, we're going to be wrapping up. By the way, in the first 100 days, I want you to understand that looking at the first 100 days, what do you see? Trump in February lowered the overall, not everything, but lowered the cost of goods in America from where it was under the Biden administration, and in March lowered it even more. That's the data that we have right now. Inflation went down under the Trump administration. That's a win for the American people, but, politicians don't like that. They don't want you to notice that. In addition to that, unemployment, and looking at the file, and I always go to the A8. Looking at A8, the number of small businesses in America in April went up. Not down, it went up. Trump came in January, and the number has been a little bit up overall. That's a positive. Now, the number of people who are unemployed, as we know, is going to be increasing. The amount of people, because a lot of people have been fired or retired from the federal government. That's a fact. We've been seeing that, whether it's because of Doge or otherwise, and Trump has offered early retirement to thousands of people to shrink the government. That means more people will be unemployed. We will see month after month going down, probably starting in the middle to late end of the summer, going until the end of the year. The unemployment rate will increase because we will have more people who retired, fired, or decided to take the leave of absence from the federal government under the Trump administration. So unemployment will eventually go higher. That's a fact. That's because the federal government is shrinking, not the private market. And what worries people about unemployment is the private market, not the federal government. Let's be honest about that. But we have seen that overall unemployment has been steady. Really no change. Same number of people unemployed as we've seen before. There's really no difference. So the economy under the Trump administration has been decent. Not perfect, not great, perfect. I do see the comment from Hal. You have zero evidence that AOC is worth $17 million. I do not have the exact number. That is an estimate. The estimates, looking at multiple sources, range her from 1.7 to $17 million. Am I using the high-end estimate? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Because we see this, and this is true of the estimate of the net worth of every member of Congress. I don't know. I don't have the exact number for every member. I don't know how many millions exactly that Chuck Schumer has. We do know he's a multimillionaire. How many multimillions? I don't know. Why? Because his accounts are protected and hidden from the public. We know a general range of his wealth. Same thing with Bernie Sanders. Same thing with Nancy Pelosi. Same thing with Maxine Waters. We don't have the exact numbers. We have the range, an estimate of the range that is done on many of these individuals. We do know she's worth more than $1 million. She started off in debt. She's now worth millions. So if you don't like the exact number, which is the high end of the range, I give you that, 17 million, bad on me. I went for the highest number, but okay, she's worth millions. Okay, she went from in debt to being worth millions off of her career. And I don't know how she could do that. I don't know where that wealth came from. So, Hal says, what happened to your call-in ability? I got a new phone and I lost my office. That's what happened. I used to have a studio. I used to have a different phone. The phone I have now is not compatible. S25 is not compatible with my board. I don't have the money to buy a brand new. There's an adapter. Just for folks to know, this is why you used to be able to call into the program on a regular basis. That's when I had a Galaxy S10, which works with the soundboard that I have, which is a Yamaha MG16XU. And it would be able to plug in and I would be able to hear. What is required for the new generation of phones, like the Samsung S25 series, is it needs another adapter, another device, which needs to plug into the board, which plugs into the phone. I don't have the money for that. I lost my house. I lost 90% of everything I have ever owned. Everything. And I am in poverty. Yes, that's why your donation, your support in terms of SuperChats, in terms of RumbleRants, in PayPal, and being part of the Patreon, why does it mean so much to me? Because I'm in poverty. Never lied, never denied it. It's the truth. I'm impoverished. And so I can't afford to buy the equipment to put back on the ability to call into the program. I would love to. I would have it. And if I can get the equipment, I'll absolutely do it in a heartbeat. If someone says, well, Mike, I'm not going to give you the money, I'll give you the equipment. Fantastic. Buy the equipment. I will be more than happy. I just told you the device technology. If you want to buy the equipment, give me the equipment. You want to give me the money, I'll go and get the equipment. And I will have people calling in. I can't do it otherwise. That's the only reason why I do not have calls anymore. It's It's the truth. That's why I want to get to 5,000, maybe 10,000 subscribers so that I can generate enough of an income to be able to live. That's just the truth. I'm honest with you guys. Oh, and Hal says, oh, you have zero evidence that... Okay, let's go. She does, let's see, Open Secrets. In 2018, she was worth less than 84,000. That's in 2018. So what's her net worth in 2025? Yahoo News. This is in 2024. She's not worth 29 million. I didn't say she was worth 29 million. Let's see. Elected to Congress. Salary 155,000. Worth 29 million. Well, no, her salary isn't 155,000. It's 174,000. That's every member of Congress. That's their base pay. 29 million. I don't believe that's correct. Let's see. Members of Congress are required to file financial disclosure reports. 2019, she said 3,045,000. That's in 2019. 174,000. 2024, 3,045,000. And 4 bank accounts, at least 15,000. Ocasio did not return a request by the dispatch fact check for details about her finances. She won't tell anyone. She won't tell anyone. We don't know. So your answer is, we don't know. And I didn't say. And I don't think it's a big deal. I don't think it's a big deal. I don't think that changes anything in what I've said. But there is no final definitive answer. Nor am I saying there is a final definitive answer. But I am answering your question. I'm really not that concerned about Alexandria Ocasio's net worth. I mean, like many members of Congress, what do we know? She owns or used to own a Tesla. That's $80,000. She lives in a gated community. That's about, I believe the estimate was $15,000 a month. So there's another thing. She has a private security team she pays for. That can cost anywhere from $20,000 to $70,000. Cori Bush, who used to be a member of Congress, was paying $70,000 for her private security team. She constantly rents and uses Ubers and rental vehicles that are big SUVs. That ain't cheap. She's not poor. She doesn't have a negative $3,000 net worth that she had in 2019 or 2018, excuse me. Yeah, she's not crime poverty. She's not riding around in private jets. She's not poor. Yeah, she's worth about $1 million to $17 million. Pick your number in between. She's not poor. Does that change anything I've said about her? Does that change anything I've said about Congress? Does that change anything about her being arrested for breaking the law? No. Does not. Doesn't matter how much her net worth is. She broke the law. She should be arrested. Period. Full stop. Doesn't matter her net worth. Doesn't matter if she's a multimillionaire. She could be worth $1 billion. Doesn't matter. Did she break the law? Yes. Is she are illegal aliens her constituents? No. Doesn't change anything. So while I indulge my audience, and I'm happy, Hal, for you to challenge me, no problem, and I'm more than willing to show people, and if I'm wrong, and you know this, Hal, if I'm wrong, I will admit I am wrong. It's not relevant to what I'm talking about. which is, did she break the law? Yes. Is she challenging the law to arrest her, to enforce the law? Yes. Should she be arrested for supporting and protecting non-citizens who are not her constituents? Yes. Anyway, moving on. And in terms of the direction of the country, as you can see for yourself, folks, America's doing better now than it's been doing for quite some time. News media is telling you, oh my God, he's losing everyone. No one trusts him. Everything's falling apart. This is some of the best numbers in terms of confidence in the direction of the country that we have seen in years. In years, we haven't seen America this closely aligned on whether America is in the right or wrong direction. It's just the reality. That's just the reality, folks. We almost never agree that America's on the right track. We get close to 50%. We haven't been close to 50% since before 2010. But Trump is about average for where he was in his first term. Under the first term of Trump was right in line with where we are now. But they want you to believe, America's in big trouble. Oh my God, it's so terrible, so terrible. No, it's not. And by the way, Doge, 393 billion dollars in savings so far. Is that enough? No. Is that a start? Yes. Would I like to see more? Absolutely. But it is better than zero. We still spend way too much. And we are having the budget conversations now. So Joel says, I'd like to see a deep dive into AOC's personal wealth. If she gets wealthy in office, it is suspect. Well, there are many members of Congress who have gotten wealthy in their time in office. And I don't mean just Democrats, Republicans as well, independents as well. Bernie Sanders is now a multi-millionaire. He got all of his wealth, I don't know where from. He owns 3 houses now. He bought his second house in 2016. Somewhere after 2016, I believe it was 2020, is when he bought his third house, which just happens to align when he was running for the presidency of the United States. Just so happens. And his wealth, his net worth, increased substantially between 2016 and today, 2025. So make of that what you will. Nancy Pelosi's wealth. There are dozens upon dozens of members of Congress who have become insanely wealthy during their time in office. Adam Schiff is yet another one. Mitch McConnell is yet another one. There are many on both sides of the aisle. I don't appreciate any of them. I would love to see more disclosure of that. I've heard rumors that Doge is going to be looking into that, about how did they become so wealthy? How did their fortunes increase so significantly? It doesn't make sense. And you can't say, oh, well, they had the right investments. I've been a stockbroker. I know what the average number for America. Most Americans do not. Most portfolios don't grow at the rate that we have seen the net worth of most of these members of Congress have grown. Just doesn't happen. Just doesn't happen in the stock market. Not without illicit help, I would say. You have to know something. Someone's got to be engineering that to get that much of a gain. That's just my experience with the stock market. It's not stock investments. It's not happening. It's not land investments. That's not what's doing it. It's just not. Not without a boost to that investment portfolio, not without a little bit of a boost to those that land that may be bought and or developed. You'd have to boost that stuff a lot to get the kind of returns members of the left and right have received while in office. Okay. It's 7:15. My dog needs to go out again. And I've covered everything I wanted to cover today. I think. And I do appreciate, and mind you, folks, Hal, everyone, I appreciate the question. I appreciate the challenge. In this case, I think the challenge is misplaced because the exact figure, I can get a better number. I can do the research and find a better number for AOC. It's not relevant to the argument I was making. I don't believe. You may disagree. But I don't think it was the most important issue. We can always delve into that. And if enough people in comments are saying, Mike, I want to find out about the net worth of all these members of Congress, I will do a complete show on the net worth of everyone in Congress, every member of Congress. I have no problem with doing that. I don't think it's relevant to what we're doing right now. I don't think that changes whether or not First Amendment is being violated, whether or not they should be supporting illegal aliens. Are illegal aliens their constituents? I don't think it's relevant to that. I can do an entire show on that if you want. You want me to go through the net worth and how these people got their net worth? I'll do the research. I'll be happy to do a video on that. I have no problem with that. Just ask, and I will do it. But that being said, it is time for me to walk my dog. I've been with you guys for about 5 hours. So I appreciate you guys for being here with me, whether it's 5 minutes or 5 hours. I appreciate the challenging questions. I do thank you for that. I do love the support. And again, I want to thank John for making his super chat. I appreciate that. I'm glad to share with people. Why is it I don't take phone calls anymore? Because I can't. I don't have the technology. And in the future, once I get the technology, absolutely, we'll be taking phone calls again. I love taking phone calls from the audience. Absolutely. That being said, folks, let me see here. Joel says, to be fair, most in Congress are wealthy to start. To a degree, yes, that's true. But they certainly use their position to increase their personal wealth. Absolutely true. Yes. It's not to say that some didn't start off wealthy in the first place, but the multiplier of their wealth is incredible. Like Obama entered, I think he had a net worth of about $100,000 when he entered the Senate. And between the Senate and the presidency, he is now worth about, I think it's $20 million, maybe even more. I don't remember I haven't looked at that stat in a while, but I know there was an exponential explosion of net worth in Obama. Like the first year he was president, I think he was worth $1 million. So he went from like $100,000 to being president. The first year he was worth about $1 million. And then after that, he gained and he's worth tens of millions of dollars now. Explosive growth. You don't get that anywhere else. Even people who scam the stock market don't get that kind of explosive growth. It just doesn't happen. But again, that's a separate issue. Folks, I appreciate everyone every week. I look forward to your comments after the show, telling me what you think. In about an hour, I'll be adding the links so we can go over, so you can go over all the information I've talked about for yourself. And I'm happy to hear from you. Please remember, we try and do this as much as we can. Consider giving it a like, a share, a subscribe, so that we can break through, get to 5,000 subscribers, so that I can actually make some money, so I can get some equipment that we need, maybe some clothes and a meal. I would like that. I'm not exaggerating. So I would love that. I appreciate your support in helping us to grow the channel and share this with other people. And I will talk to you again very, very soon. Until then, be well. I got to go out in the rain and walk my dog.